The following program is for adult audiences only.
Waking up in the flower bed, the sun is up, table set, we eat and drink. Body and bread, blood and wine, there's a time to live, time to die, and a time to be. Slow down and listen for a heartbeat. With everything in motion, say a word, hold a hand. Life is not the sum of what we plan, but the in-between. This miracle of human life and the body and time that we occupy, it is all together sacred. Slow down and listen for a heartbeat. With everything in motion, oh, here now, see the beauty that is woven in every single moment. La da 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 da, la da 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 da. La da 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 da,
not notice I'm clean and washed all off.
Tomorrow's still a mystery. Don't worry about what you wear or eat. Just stop and smell the roses. Nothing here is guaranteed, but the love surrounding you and me will hold us together. Slow down and listen for a heartbeat. With everything in motion. Here now, see the beauty that's woven in every single moment. In every single moment. Slow down and listen for a heartbeat.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Happy New Year! 2024 is upon us today. And my wife is very, very happy with me because I haven't bought any new mods this year. It's a miracle, she says.
Yet.
It's only January 2nd.
Exactly. That's it. That's everyone now. Hey.
Hope you guys all have a wonderful New Year celebration. Time to start off the new year with some new perspective on things, trying to make things better. I'm personally going to try and avoid focusing on all the negativity that's going around there. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop, keeping up to date on what's going on, but You know, there's certain things that you just can't do anything about. So it's like, what's the point in getting upset over it? All it does is ruin my happiness. Not worth it.
And I all hope you all got what you wanted for Christmas as well. I hope Santa was kind to you. Huh?
Yeah. Christmas celebration is finally done. I still got the tree up. Obviously, I'm an old school, European, so the tree's going to stay up for the majority of this month. You never take the tree down before the 15th. It's just an old Hungarian tradition.
12 days.
Matter of fact, my son went and visited his in-laws down in Texas. He literally just got back, like 1 o'clock in the morning, New Year's Day, and came by and stopped by and visited yesterday. But it's like, okay, well, we have New Year's tradition, so I can't even give you your birthday present or your Christmas present because that's totally different from what we do for New Year. So he's just gonna have to come back another day. But what are you guys all doing this week? I mean, and what was your celebration? What do you guys do for your festivities, for your holidays, for your New Year's traditions? Or do you have a special Christmas tradition that you do that, you still haven't got around to or you just got done doing? Tell us about it. We want to hear about it.
Get drunk and be merry. That's as simple as that for me. Nothing complicated.
Oh. And I'm begging you guys, please, like last week, I didn't realize that my microphone was doubled in most of the scenes last week. So I was obnoxiously loud. So like if something's out of the sorts, please tell me about it so I could do something about it during the incident. During, I could call it an incident. All those years of running ambulances, just all this jargon's like in my head. It's just like, I can't get away from it. But like while we're going live, if you guys notice something out of the ordinary, please tell me about it so we can do something to fix it, make things better. Hopefully I got everything sorted out. I do have a segment we're going to do today for Vape News, Science, and Advocacy. Google agrees to settle a $785 billion lawsuit over incognito mode. And that wasn't as incognito as you guys were led to believe, so now they got to cough up some cash. We do have obviously a lot of laws went into effect January 1st. You got laws down in Texas, and I feel bad for my Aussie mates out there because complete prohibition has relegated all the vaping products now to the black market. So you'll still be able to get it. It's going to be a lot harder to do it, but the law went into effect. The only legal place to purchase a vape nowadays is in a pharmacy in Australia. Liber Pharmacy thanks Black Market Butler for their contribution and exclusive rights to sell vaping products in Australia. Wonderful.
Hello.
We're going to talk about the potential menthol ban that they've been working on here in the States and how that's a total disaster. And actually now that there's a lot of people are stepping up to the plate going, hey man, you're not going to make the situation better. You're only going to make it worse. And they have nothing to do with vaping. They're just simply looking at it from, the black community is going to suffer the hardest from this. And you can't go around saying you're protecting the black community by banning menthol, because they're the ones that are going to have to go through the withdrawal and find ulterior products. And, some of them are going to say, forget you, I'm going to DIY my menthol cigarettes if I have to. Then they're going to be thrown in jail.
The loopholes with little filters and papers and cards you get, that's what they've got over here. The ban menthol over here, now you can get these little cards you just stick into your cigarette packet and that's just...
Yeah, and the sad reality is they're not eliminating menthol. They're just going to make more criminals. That's not good for public health. Seriously? So we got some vape news and science and advocacy. I've got a lovely adult beverage for us to try out today. Wife bought me something for Christmas, and it had to be steeped. It's like our juice. So I got that coming up for today. I've also got a Christmas beer I forgot about that we're going to open up today and try. I'm so excited. I found an old Smock rebuildable RDTA. The TF, what is it? The TF RDTA tank by Smock. Ancient history. Still available for sale. I think I saw it on Almond Vape for like $5. Is it worth it? I don't know. I never had it before.
When you build on it, you'll know why. But what the hell?
We're going to find out. And I have to go put my brain into old school mode. You know, Paul helped us out with that before. You know, simple round wire. Don't put big, massive, complex coils into a little tiny rebuildable device and go, man, this thing tastes like shit. It's hot. It doesn't taste good. No flavor. It wasn't designed for those kind of coils.
Nope.
So we're going to have to put some round wire build in there. And Kenny got his package. He's even got his shirt on today. Look at this, mate.
Where can I see? What can I say? With the Valhalla Mini sitting here as well. There it is. Woohoo!
Bloody fantastic. And show him the other one. The gold one. Look at this hand check from Kenny. Well, you can wait. You can wait. You don't have to show it now. We don't have to reveal all the eggs at once.
We'll do it. There you go.
Now that's a sexy setup right there.
B3 on the Dogpo MVB. Oh, look at that. Damn, is that good? Ooh,
gorgeous.
And it vapes as good as it looks. Trust us. Oh, you just crack on, mate. I'm just going to sit back here and just enjoy the show.
I love it. I love it. Unfortunately, for some reason, the music seems a little louder in my earpiece as it normally does.
Not bad, my end. It's,
I don't know why.
Reasonable to this end.
You know what? That's what happens when they do all these software updates, and it's like trying to keep everything in line with everything else and make sure everything's working properly. We've got, you know, our combined chat set up in here, and it's finally working the way it's supposed to. OBS is finally playing nice with it again. We really do work hard to try and get you guys a good quality show here. For two old blokes just sitting in their room. Go ahead, mate.
Can I give you a little spoiler alert, right? The reason I thoroughly enjoy this, right, is because a certain flavour you've done what you wanted my valued opinion on.
Ooh, Cherry Bakewell.
You've nailed it, man.
Really?
You've nailed it. It's the best one I have ever tasted. Really. That almond,
no way.
The marzipan, it's honestly absolutely nailed it. You've got the base. The base is correct. Obviously the ice, and you just have to fucking lash loads of sweetener or whatever, but the actual flavour, the cherry bakewell, is in that, and that's why I'm sitting.
Oh, that's so awesome!
That's why I'm sitting like here, just thinking I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? That is amazing. Absolutely, honestly, well done, sir. Really good.
I'm chuffed to bits that worked out perfect.
That's the nearest I've come to a cherry bakewell. And that's even beating commercial juices, man. So there you go. Get it bottled, get it sold.
Hey mate, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Absolutely. Oh.
I got it right here.
That is a cherry bake. That almondy flavour you've got, like the marzipan flavour, that is the bottom part of a cherry bake. That is it. Oh.
That's the base of it.
Yeah. You can even go as far as say it's like a bakewell slice, because that's basically a cherry bagel without the icing on the top. They've just got almonds on. So
yeah.
Dr. Mate, you nailed that one. Like, wow.
And it's all because of that show. That show broke down the actual flavor profile, so I knew exactly what I needed to focus on. And then now it's just like, okay, how well do I know these flavors, and trying to get them to be this right percentage that you get the variation in it.
I've been told, I've been chomping, holding back the same some of this shit for the show. I'm like, it's got to be gone. It's got to be gone. Because the other one, I had to stop the Hawaiian Punch. I'm nearly down to half a bottle on the Hawaiian Punch. I'm going, I need to stop and save some for the show. That's really nice as well. I like that. But I had that in there first. Ooh, that's nice. A refreshing change. Definitely. Wow.
I love it. It's not your typical Hawaiian Punch that I wanted to get for my wife, but I loved it so much I couldn't stop vaping, and I couldn't stop vaping, and I ended up using up all the pineapple. I'm like,
I put it in your little friend. Had it in that.
oh yeah?
And I'm chuffing. You're there, your little friend.
Oh, you got the arbiter set up.
The arbiter, yeah. Well, that's what I had that in, and I'm like, I need to stop because this thing's just drinking it.
That's awesome.
The other one you wanted us to check out, which I have got in here, right? The blackcurrant soda, right?
Oh yeah.
You've got the fruit. It's definitely a fruit blackcurrant. I think it just needs a little more blackcurrant.
Okay.
It needs a little more. It's there, but it's a little bit muted.
Uh-huh.
But I felt like, I mean, I'm now at what? 80 watts, and I'm getting it up. But when I was vaping at like 70, 75, was very muted. But you're there, but it just needs more. If you know what I mean?
Well, for me, I can't tell you the last time I actually had blackcurrant anything, right? So for me, it was a very, very recognizable flavor. Now, I have no basis of comparison for somebody like you that, can go to the local corner shop and pick up a blackcurrant soda or a blackcurrant juice and drink it.
To describe it, right, I'd say if you've got your volume turned up at 100 as max, that's probably your volume at about 75. Just needs a little more.
No worries. That's easily done.
Still nice. It's still nice. I'm still
little too much licorice in there, I think is the other aspect to it.
Yeah, I think it just needs a bit more black. Everything else is fine. You're the back.
So just turn up the volume. I don't even remember what the actual recipe was. We'll have to take a look at that later.
Right.
But that's awesome. I'm glad you liked it.
Touch more blackcurrant. Maybe a bit of a touch of sweetener. That might bring it out a bit. I don't know. No.
Yeah.
But yep. Up to now, so far so good. I guess not open anything else.
Listen, I love this cherry bakewell, but it's not something that I think would be my all-day vape.
Oh, give over. Lovely. Absolutely sound.
I love almond. I love marzipan, but it's just like, it's a good flavor. Don't get me wrong. It could maybe use a little bit more sweetness to it, because it's more like the almond cake, almond slice, than it is an actual like dessert with the icing on. It's missing that whole super sweet icing.
It's missing the icing, but I think if you do it too sweet, you kind of ruin it. You know what I mean? Because it is there. It's nice.
It would alter the marzipan flavor.
Yeah. The only other thing I was struggling with is it's mid base. I'm like, oh.
You're used to salt.
Yeah,
I could have made it with the salt. I have salt here.
The first time I'd done that, I went,
oh, man. But everything else worked out. That's great.
I took it to work and I'm sitting in the back going, Gary, I'm fine.
Well, that's like my wife, Frusion sent over. I told you I requested 30 milligram, for her little pod thing. And when I make her juice, it's like either a 12 or an 18 in salt. you know, and she does the 50 milligram disposables, but the disposables put so little vapor out compared to the Free Max Pod. The Max Pod, she vapes it like a direct lung. And you see plumes of smoke coming out. So for her, 30 milligrams in there is just way too strong.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there, because I can vape it disposable because there's not much vapor. So I can take it. I still have a bit of a cough, obviously, with whatever Nick is. But if I'd done it that in a normal one, I'd be on my back. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Whoa,
she actually gave back her spoonful one that she was been using in her Max Pod because she's like, it's just too much of a Nick buzz for me. I go out for a quick break. I'm used to taking, you know, big massive drags and, you know, hurrying up and trying to like squeeze my break as short as possible. And she's like, I go back into work and I just got this head rush. It's like, I just can't do it anymore. I'm like, that's okay. I've got some retro vapes. I got some old retro vapes that are supposed to be mouth to lung, little tiny devices, Geek Vape and Smock and a bunch of different ones. I'm like, this is going to be perfect for those devices. So we'll be doing that next.
Yeah, this. Wow.
Awesome. And as you see before you today, there's our retro vape and there's our juice for you guys to pick. There's a poll question that I have in YouTube. And for our loyal visitor here on Twitch, you can also enter and put a vote in. Number 1 is a Georgia peach, and number 2 is a fried banana split. So 007 Dump, put in there 1 or 2, and we'll count your vote as well. And now that we actually have somebody consistently come in on Twitch, I need to actually like get the poll stuff set up there and all the other options. We got 3 mods on Twitch, but they're hardly ever there because they're on YouTube. And for those of you in the replay I cannot talk. For those of you in the replay crew, if YouTube decides to just yank our program like they did last week because of 30 seconds of a football thing from 3 years ago, or whatever reason, you can always go to Twitch/Hunky Vape, and you can watch the actual show that's also uploaded to there. So you're good to go either way, but we got it taken care of. It's back up on the thing, and actually we got more views than we would have gotten had they not touched it, which is a good thing.
Yeah, controversy. Why have they done that? I want to watch it. There you go.
Problem solved. Simple. All right, no point in putting it off any longer. We've been sitting here yapping away for half an hour. I think it's time for us to get into the news. What do you say?
Let's go. Let's get out.
Alrighty, as I was saying earlier, Google has agreed to settle a $785 billion lawsuit over Incognito mode. Look at this lovely story we have before us today. Google has agreed to settle a consumer privacy lawsuit seeking at least $5 billion in damages. Wow. That's $785 billion in whatever country this is in. Over damages and allegations that it tracked the data of users who thought, heaven forbid, that we actually think that when we click incognito, we'd actually be incognito. Heaven forbid that Google say, here's incognito mode. We won't watch what you're doing, and have them actually collect all the data and watch exactly what you were doing. But that's what happened. Google was sitting there watching what's going on and monitoring your searches, and internal Google emails brought forward in the lawsuit demonstrated that users using incognito mode were still being followed by search and advertising behemoth Google for measuring web traffic and selling advertisements.
Really?
Wow. Wait till some lawyer here in the States says, hey, man, I can start a class action lawsuit, and it's going to be so easy to prove because it's already been proven in another court. Bang.
Talking of suing, I think there's an American newspaper trying to sue one of the AI companies. Seen how it stole some of the articles out of the newspaper. Get a shit. Anybody says
listen, as long as the lawyers can make money, they don't care. Google has made itself an unaccountable trove of information so detailed and expansive that George Orwell could have never dreamed of what Google is doing nowadays. And we're going to even talk about that in the dad jokes because, you know, I watch and listen to all the other vape content out there, right? And there's a Friday night show that goes on every single week. And I bitch all the time about, you know, how our numbers are censored, how our likes are censored. So click the like button below because Google's going to be subtracting a certain percentage of them anyway. So we have to work twice as hard as other content creators to get recognized by the algorithm and shown to other people. But I documented it. I looked on my phone. I'm like, okay, it's time for me to go and watch their live from Friday night. So I looked at my phone. I'm like, okay, 13 likes, 39 views. Yeah, I'm going to go watch this one. Give these guys a view and give them a like and help their algorithm out a little bit because they're out there advocating for the single best way to quit smoking, right? And they actually like sit there and watch videos of, you know, news reports and comment on them. And I don't know how he can find somebody that I can't find. Wouldn't have to do with Google showing me different results than what they find when they search for the same content. I don't know.
Well, this is it.
But I screenshotted it. I came up to my computer and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm on the exact same account. So why am I getting a different number on the computer than what I have here? On my phone, it says there's 13 likes on this video already. I come up to my computer and it says it only had 10 likes. What?
I tell you, man.
And then for our Aussie blokes out there, I feel bad for you. So here we have the Australian version of the Onion. And I love this article. FIFOs threaten to bring industry to a grinding halt over the vape ban. As a stroke past midnight this morning, non-prescription vapes containing nicotine are now banned in Australia. This has naturally pissed off the FIFO community, who expressed their dismay at the change to the Aussie vape laws, which will, of course, hit the Western Australia mining industry the hardest. All right, so far, I'm liking this article. What do you think? The situation is so serious that unions are currently in the process of deciding what industrial action to take. A strike is likely.
Hey, wow.
Woo-hoo!
Holy
Under
shit.
the vape ban, non-prescription vapes containing the good stuff are now banned. The secret sauce, as we like to refer to it. A favorite among both youths and FIFO workers due to their wide range of flavors and the relative ease to acquire them. We spoke to a long-term FIFO worker who said he couldn't be farked with the changes, he told the Times. I don't want to go back to the old days. Freaking massive, clunky vape and mixing me own juice that I had to smuggle from the fark knows where. Fark your dog. I just want to suck on that blueberry dick in peace while I bloody fuel this freaking country. Hey, man, this guy a bogan or what?
Was that a quote there? Was that an actual quote?
That looks like an actual quote. Accordingly, an estimated 60,000 FIFO workers are expected to walk off the job next week if Albo doesn't back down on this ridiculous ban. The industry insider told the Times. Their message is simple. No vape, no work. And you know what that means for the nation's economy. Even just a few days of go-slows will rendo Albos over 55's job seeker promise uneconomical. They really have the government by the short and curlies.
That better pay it first.
I like this, man. Other FIFO workers have promised far more extreme actions, with local big horse and all-around menace to society, Spida told the Times. I love vapes more than I love me kids, mate. Whoever they are, I sent a PM Cunny an email saying I'd be waiting outside his house if these laws go through. I'll hospitalize him.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, man, they're getting serious over there. Holy cow.
Damn.
Experts hope that the government can reach some middle ground with the FIFOs. Perhaps rather than a ban, just enforce some basic ID checks and, I don't know, stop selling nicotine vapes to children. You know, something radical like that.
No, that's called common sense.
And if you want to buy the Bella a beer, man, click right there. Just like that.
Wow.
That's what it's going to take. I hate to say it, but that's exactly what it's going to take. People are going to have to get jerked off enough that they're going to be willing to do whatever it takes to get the government to listen to them. Meanwhile, gotta love this in Australia, man. Wide weed users are worried corporations are going to be replacing their drug dealers because they're legalizing weed in Australia too.
Oh, great.
Look at that.
Absolutely, I hope so.
And so how much would this fetch on the black market, this whole bag?
So this bag's probably worth about $150,000 on the black market.
Wow.
$150,000 on the black market? Mate, you and I are in the wrong line of work. Vaping Snowman, hello and welcome. A Bastard, hello and welcome. Peter Unterwegs, hello and welcome. Lovely to have all of you here.
It'll be £150,000 on the black market, but we're going to charge £200,000.
Except if it goes into a pharmacy, then it'll be $1 million.
Yeah.
Instead of $20 a bud, they're going to be charging $200.
Exactly.
This facility is pumping out a lot of pot, about 5 tons a year.
Wait a minute. That one bag was $150,000 and they're putting out how many tons?
5 tons. Holy moly.
This is exactly what we want to send to Australian patients. And
All of these buds are going to the medicinal market, which was legalised here about 6 years ago.
you're probably holding something like about maybe 3 grams or 4 grams, and to a patient that might be somewhere between $45 and $60.
And how long would that last?
It depends on what they're using it for. So, you know, again, if someone's using this maybe for stress, anxiety, insomnia, back pain, mild back pain, they might use 1 gram a day. So for them, that could be 4 days or 5 days. If someone has something more chronic, maybe something along the lines of, you know, terminal illness, they might certainly be having a much higher dose to help them through the issues.
And they could make even more cannabis if another...
Of course they can always make more. If you're making that kind of cash on it. No wonder Philip Morris International bought all these cannabis labs up in Canada. They see the dollar bills, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. It's just cranking away. Wow.
That's scary.
Such dichotomy. You know, they want to ban vapes because, oh man, you got to keep them away from the kids, right? But here we got weeds being legalized everywhere.
And what? There's no issue with teenage weed smoking, is there not? There's nothing said about that, is there not?
Mate, teenage cannabis use has always been higher than nicotine vaping use.
Of course it has.
Even
It
at
is
the
over
peak
here.
in 2019, they were smoking weed. But they didn't ask them what was in the vape. They just asked them if they vaped. And then we have Biden's menthol ban pits civil rights groups against each other. Opposition from prominent black and civil rights groups is threatening to permanently derail Biden administration's efforts to ban menthol cigarettes. The ban has also pitted organizations that are often allies like the NAACP and Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network against each other. Well, some of them got Bloomberg money and some of them didn't. The tobacco industry has long been accused of targeting the black community, especially with menthol products. I call bullshit on that. The black men just have good taste. They know what tobacco smoke tastes good and what tobacco smoke tastes like ashtray.
Yeah.
I smoke menthols. In fact, 85% of black people who smoke cigarettes smoke menthol cigarettes. So who's going to be disproportionately affected if they decide to ban menthol? And we already know how this works with prohibition. They ban it. Guess what? Does it go away? No. They just buy it from the black market. We're going to have another Eric Garner situation? Hey, man, let me smell your cigarette. Cop walks up to a black guy. Let me smell your cigarette. That's menthol. You're selling illegal menthol products. We're putting you under arrest. We're going to find out where you got this stuff from.
Wow.
The political tide has been shifting in recent years. The majority of Congressional Black Caucus members support Biden's proposal. But the White House earlier this month delayed the plan until at least March after critics argued that the ban would be unfairly targeting black smokers and hurt the president's re-election chances. Oh, I hate to tell you, but he's not getting reelected.
I'm going to say, like, he's not coming back.
Be lucky if he's in the grave before his term's up and we end up with Kamala Harris running. That's what the Simpsons predicted was going to happen.
Yeah. I was right in that, aren't they?
He's going to trip and fall off of the steps on Air Force One, tumble down, bump his head, and have a massive stroke, and there you go.
Die.
He'd be uneligible for re-election because he's dead. But you didn't hear that from me. Another win for the consumers around the world. You believe this crap? Like, they don't already have a monopoly on all of the ABC, NBC, Fox channels, right? We don't already have 6 multimedia corporations own all the media in this country, right? Now, the greedy bastards now want to own multiple stations in the same town. And the FCC said, you know what? You guys can go pound salt. It's bad enough that you own all the NBC stations in this entire region, and we no longer enforce the 30% limit that went up to 39.86%. Why 39.86% instead of 40%? Well, because it so happens that the one contribution to the re-election fund came from somebody that had exactly that percentage. And he gave money to the politicians, but the guy that wants to own 40% didn't give him any money.
Oh, yeah. Everything for nothing, eh?
Fortunately, the FCC said, man, enough is enough. You don't need to own both ABC, NBC, and Fox in the same town.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. This week, the FCC announced that it will not change the rules that would have allowed for one company to own multiple ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC stations in the same market. Oh, poor rich guy's going to have to take his money somewhere else and invest it in something else other than trying to shape the propaganda to everybody in that market.
Here's one for you before you move on, right? It's just been announced here in the UK. The UK are now making all these social selling sites, your Etsy's, your eBay's, all that. They have now got to report to the UK HMRC if somebody is making over £1,000. They've got to now legally.
Mate, they did that here last year.
What
you got Venmo and all these different apps and stuff. You know, like my wife was making, cups, customized stainless steel tumblers, and she'd epoxy whatever kind of design you wanted on them. And it finally got to the point where she's like, didn't enjoy it anymore because people were asking for some ridiculous designs that literally is going to take her weeks upon weeks to put that on there. Because you have to put like one layer with certain thing on, and then they want a different color, so you have to put another layer of epoxy on. Then you got to sand it down. Then you got to put another layer on a different color, and they wanted all this stuff. They're like, "Well, man, if you're selling a cup for $60," she's like, "You don't understand what it costs me to buy these cups. The cups alone are $20, and then the epoxy that goes on them, I'm investing, at least $10, $15 in epoxy on it. So what am I making out of this thing? $5, $10 on a $60 cup? It's just not worth it." It started off as a hobby. Like she enjoyed doing this. Like, oh man, I'd like to make this design and look at these sunflowers.
They call it a side hustle over here. And apparently you can earn up to £1,000 before you've got to declare it to the HMRC for tax evasion reasons. So fucking get your fuck. So what about all these people? I've got online businesses and shit, you know what I mean? It's getting worse, man. Honestly.
Yeah, and we're going to even talk about that today in our dad joke section. I got something I found on Facebook that really tickled my brain, and I'm like, oh man, we're going to have to bring this one up to everybody's attention because now it all makes sense. They're trying to do away with cash. A lot of the places you go to nowadays, they won't even take cash. You have to pay by some kind of card.
Oh, yeah.
And the poorest in society that, ended up owing people money or whatever, they can't even get a bank account. The bank won't talk to them because they owe so much money. And now, so, they were like, oh, well, we'll just use Venmo or something like that. No, the digital currency is being pushed onto us on a massive scale because it's one other way for the banks to get another slice of everything that happens in the world.
It was a similar thing happening in the UK. They were going to get rid of all the ticket offices in the train stations. So everybody would use it online. So you wouldn't be able to actually go into a train station and talk to a person and buy a ticket of a person. They overturned it because it was hell on. Because people said, well, you've got to realize not everybody has access to the internet. We're still, not everybody can afford internet who travel by train. So that's that argument straight out the window. And they did overturn it.
They did the same thing here on the turnpike, right? For years and years, you were able to get a little transponder put in the window, and you paid for the transponder, and they credited what you paid for that thing into your account, and then you tied that account to your checking account and automatically replenished every time it dropped below $30. You put $50 into it. It was like a bank account for running on the turnpikes, and it was cool because it was an option, but. You're running short or something, you could still take cash and go on the thing, and then you pay the toll to a person to collect the cash, right? Not anymore. No. State of Pennsylvania did away with all toll collectors. Gone. Poof. No more. You know what they do now? Some greedy politician had a buddy of his start up a company that does toll by plate. And now, if you get toll by plate and you don't have an Easy Pass, guess what? The ridiculously high tolls that are in Pennsylvania are now doubled if you don't have a transponder and use this toll by plate. The state doesn't collect any more money. The company that bills you and collects your money and pays it to the state gets that other half.
Oh, they take a slice of the pie, without a doubt.
Yeah, 50%. What a joke.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
It's already twice as expensive in Pennsylvania as it is in Ohio. In Ohio, we travel 100 miles, costs $5.25. Do that same route in Pennsylvania as we're traveling 48 miles, and you're lucky if it's $5 coming out. Coming in with the transponder, it's $14. And if you don't have a transponder and they bill you by plate, by your license plate number, it's $28 to come into the state.
That's ridiculous.
It's a racket. Nothing but a racket.
Definitely.
So we always like to have a little bit of vape science on there, and since I don't have an actual scientific study to show today, I'm going to present to you guys the lovely Royal College of Physicians and their website page titled Nicotine Without Smoke is Tobacco Harm Reduction.
Yeah,
and granted, this report was originally published in 2016, and they've made minor changes to it since then. But I think it's time for them to do another revamp of this, because a lot of people don't understand why we're going around saying this is THR. THR works. Vaping saves lives. Like, you're full of it. I saw the news. This guy vaped one time and he was in a coma at the hospital. They had to induce a coma because he vaped one time. I'm like, I've been doing this now for almost 5 years. Kenny's been doing it over 5 years. There's people who've been doing 10, 15 years.
Well, I've been vaping since 2016 is when I actually started vaping, but that was before I came on YouTube. So I was vaping before I came on YouTube.
Yeah, same here. But it was so good, that's why I had to get on YouTube and tell everybody about it.
Yeah.
There's 82 million. Actually, they say that this year is going to be over 83 million people every single day that vape so they don't smoke. Right?
Holy fuck. That's nice.
So
Sorry.
Anybody that does any common sense investigative journalism would go, how come this guy vaped one time and is in a coma? That don't make any sense. What was he vaping? Oh, the moron put bleach into a vaping device and that's why he's in the hospital? That has nothing to do with vaping. It has to do with the guy being a moron.
Bleach, for fuck's sake. Oh.
Well, he saw Trump talk about it, how bleach can kill the virus. So he didn't want to get COVID, so he vaped bleach.
Fucking hell, man.
There was a joke going around about, Juul pods being, Clorox brand. Juul pods.
Clorox.
Guaranteed to stop the COVID. Also guaranteed to stop your breathing. But hey, that's just a side effect. It's a pharmaceutical product at that point.
See, the word happy would just killing you with COVID. The one you'd actually kill yourself by drinking bleach. Fucking brilliant, eh? Told you.
Meanwhile, the actual medicine that cost hardly anything was being suppressed as, you can't take that. That's not going to work for this. That's unauthorized use, off-label use. You're not allowed to have that for that. See, science is a wonderful thing because as time goes on, scientists don't give a shit one way or the other, whether it's this or this. They just simply ask the question and they gather all the data from all over the world and go, well, what do they do in that country down there? They're not subject to the FDA. They're not subject to, what the physicians in Europe demand that everybody do. They just did what they thought was best, and they treated it prophylactically using medicines that they thought would work. And guess what? It worked. And nobody died. They took this pill, and it was gone. But here in the States, we had the highest death rate around the whole globe. Why? We're supposed to have the best healthcare system.
Population control, I'll tell you. COVID and drink bleach. There's a few million wiped out.
Listen, I retweeted an Australian senator because everywhere around the globe, they've been trying to figure out where did this all start from, right? And I retweeted the Australian senator that says, okay, it was identified. It came from a lab in Wuhan, and it was paid for by the United States government for Fauci to have this research done, and it was done in a facility that isn't built like Fort Knox. So the chance of it getting out was actually pretty good. But you don't hear about this on the news. No. But you can see it posted by an actual senator in Australia as they did their investigation and revealed the information, and now they're putting the information out there for their constituents to go, this is what I'm doing, this is what you pay me to do in the Senate.
Well, they did call it the big reset, didn't they? So now we know why.
Yeah, more of the money went into the big pharma corporations. All these politicians knew about it ahead of time, and their net worth all skyrocketed while we were told to stay at home. Shut down all of our businesses. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I do think it's time for us to start drinking. What you looking at?
I'm just catching him. I think there's a spammer in chat again. Material, blah blah. Wants to promote your channel, viewers, followers, blah blah.
Oh yeah,
blah.
we get that stuff all the time.
Blah 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 blah.
On Twitch.
Yeah. But Dusty Country Road I've just seen the one there by her. Where is it? There you go. Something about somebody called non-compliance. Be interesting.
We'll have to look into that.
Yeah. But, as you say, flavor explosion time.
And Billy Lee Rice, they brought in the same thing you said when they banned menthols in the UK. She just bought menthol filter tips and rolled her own for 2 years.
Yeah. But they had these white cigarettes that weren't menthol, but you got an actual Rizzler card. You put this Rizzler card on these white cigarettes, and you got your menthol flavor back into them.
Does that mean we get President Carmela? Cruella de Vil. That's what it's going to be. President Cruella de Vil. Kamala gets in.
Ooh.
Fake plate's a thing now. Ooh, that's an interesting thought.
Yeah.
Run that on the turnpike.
Exactly. Oh, my Lord.
Know your rights and exercise them continuously.
Exactly. We got the right to vape.
Here, mate.
Yeah.
And I did fix the flavor explosion bumper. See if you can notice the difference. Oh, Kenny's not ready yet, so I'll jump in. Up for your entertainment today, we have some Delirium Noel. $9 a bottle at a house of 1,000 beers. This is supposed to be a Belgian ale.
Sorry.
Brewed and bottled by the Hunky Brewery in Melchant, Belgium. 11.2 fluid ounces, 10% alcohol by volume. I'm going to open that up here shortly. But the wife did get me a beautiful Christmas present. She knew how much I loved that coffee martini when we were out and about. So she picked up a beautiful bottle of East & Son Saloon Espresso Martini. In this lovely bottle, you got to shake vigorously to get everything to dissolve in there. Has been steeping for 48 hours. Just add vodka. So I had her pick up a beautiful bottle of Smirnoff number 21.
That's now empty.
That's now empty because it's all inside this bottle. And we have the little coffee beans in there and the sugar. Here's the nutritional facts about this, okay? There are 23 servings inside this. The serving size is 2 teaspoons, 8 grams, has 30 calories because it is mainly sugar and coffee. And I personally love how it comes with its own little...
Oh, it's a little sieve. Get all the lumps out.
To keep the coffee beans separated.
Yeah. 28
What you got, mate?
I've gone with what me little... I just got a bigger bottle of what I had at Christmas. I'm back on the Baileys, my friend. I've got another one of these. And I thought I mean, it needs finishing. It's about, I've only had one glass of it. And, so again, this is the original Irish cream, product of Ireland, 17% alcohol, 17% volume. Wow, I love this stuff. And
I'm sitting here cutting the foil around this Belgian ale. What else you got?
Got run out because I had to go and get me ice cubes, you see, because you've got to have it on the rocks.
Oh! I'm wearing the Belgian ale, mate. You fizzed bad.
You can always suck it out later on.
As long as I didn't get it on my keyboard like I did last time.
Oh, God, no.
She's still fizzing.
Holy moly.
I have to get the carpet scrubber out. Look at it.
Holy shit.
Let's get this sucker open. I want to taste this now. Not that I've worn it.
The new
And if I have to drive, guaranteed I'm going to be questioned. Excuse me. How much alcohol have you had? You smell like a brewery.
Officer, I'm wearing most of it. That's the problem.
Smell my leg. Excuse me, sir? What do you want me to do?
Take a seat in the back of my car.
Have a seat back here. We're going to the hospital. I'm pulling blood work on you. If you're not intoxicated, maybe you have some other foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, nicotine, mate. Vape.
Oh, I wish you could see the color. It looks so much darker on the camera. It's like an unfiltered beer. Look with the light coming through it. That's what I ought to do. Watch this. Look at that.
Ooh, that's nice. Nice golden color, isn't it? Mm.
Yeah. What am I pairing up with this one? Sweet apple sugar baby.
Well, what I'm saying is a happy new year, and I wish you good health.
Cheers.
Mm. That's exactly.
Listen, the Europeans definitely know how to craft beer. A Belgian ale is unlike anything I've had made in the United States.
Belgians good beer. French make good beer. English make good beer. Even the Spanish make reasonably good beer.
There's hops in there, but there's some other grain in there that is like taking the bitterness out of it. It's just delicious beer.
Depends what they've used. What hops they've used, barley or wheat. You know what I mean? Or maybe both. That's maybe a little bit of both. Maybe I'm just I'm kind of, for everybody that's watching, I'm kind of like letting you into a little secret here. I'm actually live testing as I'm sitting here some of the flavors that Alex has sent us out, and I've kept this one quiet up to now because I found another fantastic one.
Listen, I've got some fantastic juices here. I'm trying to find something that pairs well with this Belgian ale.
Ooh.
Right there, mate. Had to go to the opposite end of the globe to get something that works. Remember we mixed this up how long ago?
Oh, wow. Butterscotch.
Butterscotch custard. This flavor shock. I mixed it up first and I'm like, it's all right. It's got the butterscotch. It's got some custardy notes, but custard's going to take a while. So I just let it sit there. It's been sitting there for months. Holy cow, is that a beautiful butterscotch custard now?
Well, I'm currently thoroughly enjoying. Oh, it actually goes quite well with that because it is a sweet. Yes, muffin. Oh my god.
Cinnamon Danish swirl muffins.
Oh, yep. I'm just sitting back. You just carry on, man. I'm just,
I told you that was a fantastic recipe. And get your hand checks in if you haven't already dropped them in there, because that brings up the lovely flavor profile made by the same person that developed that recipe that he's sitting there enjoying now. That cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. That recipe was developed by Rocky Tooney. And guess who else is enjoying Rocky Tooney's recipe? Not the same one.
Damn. Holy moly. And on this hard to eat. Where have I been? Have I been living under a rock? Holy moly.
William Dobson on the Lost Vape Paranormal with the Reload 26 and still plowing through his Who's Ya Daddy wonderful rich caramel recipe, which he still hasn't had a chance to blend with custard because he keeps vaping it before he ever gets around to putting custard in it. And there's the recipe right there.
Is that the Paranormal 250C? Is that the same one? I've got that. It's fucking awesome mod.
Go to the hand checks. Load this one up. There she blows, mate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've got one of them. Oh, what a mod them are. Tell you what, is this still a good mod? 250C DNA.
Exactly.
The only really thing I like about them is the replay mode. When you set it up, boom, and you just get that continuous same vape experience all the time. It's brilliant for that.
And there's the lovely recipe, Who's Ya Daddy by Rocky Tooney. I'm looking at this going, man, I know I need to order that butter caramel wonder flavors and the condensed milk from Purellum, and I'll be able to mix this one up too. That's going on my shopping list for this year.
That is fantastic.
Delightful. All right. And there we have one we missed. This was Paul's. He posted this last week. I think he put it on Twitter or something. No? No, this one actually from Twitter. Snidely Whiplash posted this one. Beer and a vape. Perfect pairing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
The aromas coming off of that pairing is just unsurpassed. Fantastic.
Just
and this one is Paul's.
The Queen. Oh, fishing.
He's got his fishing rod and reel. And there his lovely, what's that, a Riva Fenna? I can't even read it. Such a small file. But there's Paul's setup. And then we have Billy Lee Rice has got her setup going there. And pull that off of there for a second and take a look at it. Decided to take out the dual coils. And blow that up so you guys can see it. Billy Lee Rice decided to take out the dual coils in her Juggernaut V2 RTA and put in a single 3.5 millimeter fused Clapton. Airflow is so much better, and she wishes that she would have done it sooner. Paired up with that luscious, what is that, banana? Let's take a look at the actual picture.
That's the person with all the drawers, isn't it? Misorganized.
Banana butterscotch custard from Luscious.
Ooh, luscious.
Delightful.
That coil looks really nice as well.
Yeah. I love that thing. It's amazing when you start experimenting with different kind of coils in the tanks that we have. You know, that's like the Blaze Solo came with the 3.5 millimeter coil. And I'm going to have to replace it already. I'm not happy about that part. However, I can easily make my own.
I have noticed that, like a lot of people now who've got these dual coil RTAs are now dropping single coils in just to improve the airflow on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you move up and from a 3 millimeter, dual 3 millimeter to a 3.5 or even a 4 millimeter in there, if you can get it to fit for the height wise. It's just fantastic flavor, more airflow, more vapor production. Beautiful.
I don't think it was when, like, you know, think the Blotto kind of started that craze. Everybody that got the Blotto went, oh no, single coil it. And everybody's sort of carried on with other tanks from there, haven't they?
Yeah. You learn your own lessons over time and go, man, this works much better in here.
Yeah.
And William Dobson's got his dad joke started here. Statistics don't lie. The average duration of a phone call between a boy and a boy is 59 seconds. A boy to his mom is 50 seconds. A boy to his dad is 30 seconds. Exact same conversation. A boy to a girl is an hour, 23 minutes, and 59 seconds. Two girls yapping away is 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. Husband to wife is about 3 seconds long. Mom to a married daughter is about 10 hours, 50 minutes, 59 seconds. And a wife to a husband is 14 missed calls. Not in this house, mate. I answer every one of my wife's phone calls. I know better. I've been divorced 3 times already. I learned my lesson.
Me and you are in that girl-to-girl category. 5.5 hours.
That's you and I getting together every single week. Show's 5 hours long. All right, let's end the live show. Wife calls me 2 hours later on her way home from work. What are you doing? Oh, I'm still talking with Kenny. What? You were talking with Kenny when I called you an hour before the stream and he was already talking to you. Yeah, kind of. Billy Lee Rice says she took the dual coils out of her Kylan V3 RTA as well. So much better airflow. Yeah, works great.
I mean, if you don't vape at high wattage, you know, drop a single coil and, you know, if you're happy, 50, 60 watts. Perfect, isn't it?
That's what I learned about the Steam Crave products. Instead of trying to put those super low builds in there and just crank the wattage to it, put a higher ohm resistance, bigger coil, single coil build in there, and the flavor is just as good as anything else. Yeah. It's possible to get amazing flavor out of it, but everybody's so stuck in their ways going, oh, I'm just throwing a 3 millimeter coil in. I got a box of 100 of them. Why am I going to make anything different? That's what I'm going to put in everything. Well, it doesn't work in everything. But you can take those 3 millimeter coils and stretch them out to 3.5, you know, slightly unwind them, put them on a nice 3.5 millimeter rod, tighten them back down again, and drop them in there. And guess what? Banging flavor. Definitely. And I wanted to tell you guys, I want to show you guys what was going on for my New Year's celebration. The wife and I went out. For New Year's Eve. And our happy New Year's Eve was at... Wait a minute. I think I put in the wrong folder. You can always make money, but you can't always make memories. So that's what we chose to do for New Year's Eve. We went out for New Year's Eve celebration to go watch a Penguins game. And we had the time of our lives. I'm telling you, the $500 that we spent that night was well worth it. We had so much fun, goofed off, watching the Penguins game. Fantastic. Best seats in the house, in my opinion, where we were at.
Mine was less exciting. Mine wasn't even exciting. Obviously, I was at work New Year's Day. I was snoring my head off by 11 o'clock. I didn't even see the New Year.
It was a 6 o'clock game. We went down there. And before I get into more about the game, I should probably show you what we ate. Here's the view from where we were eating. And we just had something simple, a simple get-go. We had Arnold Palmer spiked pounders, each of us. Hand-cut chips, or crisps as you call them. And there was my steak hoagie, sauteed onions and peppers, steak and cheese. Man, are those delicious. And there's tater tots, covered in ranch and cheese and bacon.
Very nice. Damn.
That's how we broke in our New Year's celebration. Matter of fact, they were even talking about Amsterdam's midnight when their ball was dropping and their fireworks were going off. They actually showed it live on the Jumbotron.
Wow.
And because we sat so low, we were on that first row there. Row K is actually first section. They have a little TV underneath the Jumbotron, so you don't have to, kink your neck looking all the way up at the big, massive screen up there. But there we go, 17 minutes in. There's the first score. And then there's this lovely first period contest that they had going on. Do I even have it? I think I took a video of it. Which one is it? Is this the right one? Hold on. There you go. I had to run around the outside of the rink. It was so hilarious. I loved it.
That was a good time, man. Glad you enjoyed it.
Oh. So we came back from the first intermission, right? And here we are, 1740. They scored again. So it's 2-0 at this point. And the best thing was, because they scored within the first 3 minutes of this period, everybody there got a free Big Mac from McDonald's.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
Everybody in the stadium got a free Big Mac from McDonald's.
Wasn't a 99 pence menu, was it? We just got.
Nope. It's specifically a Big Mac. You got to use the app. Enter your ticket information as the coupon code, and you get a free Big Mac. But these seats were amazing. I've never been so close to the action in a hockey game. I forgot how much I loved watching the hockey. And this was the second period, intermission. You have the granny mobile driving around over here.
Yeah, there'd just been more on the death of an ice hockey player, didn't he? He got cut by an ice skate, didn't he? Fatal.
Yeah.
Died.
And here, right at the end of the third period, 42 seconds left in the game, New York scored.
Oh.
But we still won.
At least you won. That's the main thing.
Yep, 3-1. The end of the game. We had so much fun. And afterwards, we went to Perbani's on the way home. And she wanted to get a fried pickle, and I got myself a pretzel.
Pretzel, that's pretty huge.
Yes, it is.
Holy moly.
That's a massive pretzel. And naturally, I took most of the salt off of there because don't need a high blood pressure from it.
No, like,
and there's a little ducky that came in her drink that she ordered.
Oh.
I had to throw it on the pretzel. But we had so much fun at this game. That's what we brought. That's how we celebrated our New Year's.
Awesome.
Bloody fantastic. All right. I guess it's time to go on to our dad jokes. Which also brings up a little piece of advocacy for you. I'm always looking into facts and figures and trying to figure out, what's going on and how to make the situation better, what to do about it. Well, the first thing that we need to address is this problem where here's how much Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids spends to spout their misinformation and anti-kid propaganda, right? Protect the children bullshit. Not that we don't want to protect the children, but I mean, come on. How can you ignore the lives of all the smokers out there just focusing on spoiled brats that are breaking the law? Okay?
Yeah.
So we take a look at Vape Advocacy. The total amount globally for Vape Advocacy is $310,000. I have a massive problem with that.
Okay, right. It's nothing.
There are 82 million vapors worldwide. You mean to tell me that the manufacturers can't allocate $1 from every vaping customer out there per year for Vape Advocacy?
Yeah.
How about the distributors? The distributors can't chuck in $1 for every one of their customers? I'm not even calling for $1 off of every order. How about $1 for every customer sent to Vape Advocacy?
One way of getting, it's a simple way of raising money for it without breaking the bank, shall we say.
You won't get more people interested in Vape Advocacy and getting to do live streams like this and put out content, advocating for the right way and the single best way to quit smoking. How about coughing up a little cash?
Yep. Can't believe that. 310,000 for the whole world. Jeez.
Compared to just Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids budget of $53 million.
Okay. Wow. Holy shit.
To my friends, I wish peace, love, and health. Blah, 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 blah. Screw that. I wish you lots of sex, booze, and orgasms, and hope you also win the lottery while you're at it.
Yep.
Come on, man. We only live once. If you can't enjoy yourself, what's the point? I hate when people say act like an adult. Have you seen some of the adults out in the world lately? That's horrible advice. Act like a responsible human being.
An adult. Jesus, adults are worse than kids.
And you thought it was bad when we were growing up. When we were growing up, never leave your baby in a hot car while you go shopping again with the new Ronco baby seat. Leave her outside your car, hanging from the window, while you go in the store and buy whatever you want.
Just make sure you remember to get the poor bugger in before you pull away.
That's why you put it on the driver's door, mate. I'm sorry, you guys drive on the other side of the road, so you don't recognize that as the driver's seat.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We'd be like, where's the bed?
Where's the kid at? He's outside having the time of his life. Going down the road, 30 mile an hour, sideways.
He's like going,
oh, ooh, what's going on? Merry Christmas, you filthy jagoffs.
Yeah.
That's Pittsburgh for you. New Year's Eve resolution is to be more of a jagoff. Tell it the way it is. And in Pittsburgh, when you want to know, but you don't want to look like you're a nebby person, carry your vacuum cleaner out into the yard and go, oh, I got 6 cops over there. What's going on?
I'm just going to hoover the lawn. Holy moly.
Yo. What this country needs is a show that teaches family values, morals, friendship, right versus wrong. And it wouldn't hurt to throw in a few lessons from the good book as well. And got to throw my 2 cents in for Coil Factory, because this is my first purchase that I'm going to make internationally this year. I want to get the universal one. I can change the bits out. I love my 3mm coiling rod, but I honestly realized I need more than just 3mm coils. The Blotto needs 2.5mm coils. The Blaze Solo needs 3.5mm coils. I made a mistake. I should have spent the money and got this one.
2.5 in here.
Yep. And when you live in a multi-dog home and it's raining outside, this is what I look like standing outside.
Been there, done that. Got the t-shirt.
And my dogs, the 2 that we had originally, I don't need to tell them anything. Like, you know, before I go out the house, I'm like, let's go pee. I open the door. The old man, been with us 11 years now, he goes out, he tinkles, and he's right back in the house. You don't even want to be outside. Not worth the bother, right? Lucy, who's part beagle, goes outside and has to sniff for 5 minutes before she decides to go pee. Well, that's the time to go to bed. Then she'll go out and go pee and come right back in. This new dog that we got, which is the oldest of the bunch, is pure beagle, because she just wants to sniff and sniff and sniff. Ooh, there's a squirrel here. Ooh, there was a rabbit over here. Ooh, what's this one? I don't know this one. Let me trail this one the whole way through the yard. Was it a mouse? I don't know what it was. But she's out there for 20 minutes and never has even gone to the bathroom yet. I'm like, man, my tank's empty. I need to go and fill it. I mean, are you going to finish or what? And I'm taking this to heart this year. You become what you feed your mind. Drama, bad news, negativity. We're keeping that at bay and only taking it in moderation. We're going to focus on discipline, positivity, and dreams.
Why not?
Police in my town just installed the speed radar. And police in my town are also have the maturity level of teenage boys.
Nice.
Nice. No ticket for you. And whoever come up with this brilliant idea for a guitar has never wielded a chainsaw all day to cut up firewood.
Holy shit, that'd be one heavy ass guitar. Damn.
Yeah, I got an old Craftsman chainsaw that has a motor that big. And let me tell you, about an hour into it, it's time to take a break for a while. Like a week before I come back to it. Because I'm a weakling.
Okay.
It's not as light as it.
Motorbikes, smaller engines.
Yeah, there's some mopeds that have smaller motors than this chainsaw. Then again, that chainsaw did have a 2.5-foot bar on it whenever I got the thing. And I would be all for the lovely free market if these two rules were enforced on every single one of the businesses out there. You want to start a business, you want to open a mom and pop shop? There's two rules that the government should abide by. Mind your own business and stay the hell out of ours.
Exactly.
Stop putting restrictions on us that only corporations can uphold. So they can have all the money. And we're stuck driving Ubers. "50 Shades of Hay." They slipped behind the barn and quickly removed each other's harness. There, with nothing to rein them in, it would be a night of unbridled passion.
Holy fuck.
Ooh, 50 Shades of Hay.
Hell yeah.
Nice, mate. Real nice. I like it. Spring is only 80 days, 11 hours, and 17 seconds away. Not that I'm counting.
Fuck that. Please, I just got winter.
We actually had our first snowfall here just in time for my wife to go and pick up her nephews. And this is what she dealt with on her way home yesterday.
Wow.
Naturally, that was driving through the mountains in Pennsylvania, where they got like 5 inches of snow. We got a dusting that had melted away by 4 o'clock in the evening.
We just got rain, and lots of rain.
Here's a wonderful thought for you. Please don't commit suicide because of it. In about 20 years, when millennials start building hot rods, this is what it's going to look like.
You know it is. I used to own a smart car and I can't knock them. I think they are so much fun to drive. They put a massive smile on your face.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's so much fun.
But that does not look like the hot rods that we grew up with.
Oh, no.
I DJ'd car shows for years, weekend after weekend. Every summer. Nothing ever looked that ridiculous.
I couldn't imagine a V8 pulling a fucking smart car like Jesus. The engine would fuck up and the car would be left there.
It's like the hot rods, you're going to have to put that tail cage on it with the little tippy wheels.
That's right, yeah.
How many of you remember having coffee made out of a pot like this? Good old percolator.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to grind your beans as well. Hand grinder.
William Dobson says 900 cc's is all it takes. A little smart car. Put a motorcycle motor in it.
Mine was a 700cc turbo. It had a fucking turbo on it. Wow, little gun. You think the power to weight ratio, because they're pretty much plastic. Only the chassis or the cage that's metal. They fucking fly, man, honestly.
Yeah, my 89 Escort GT was the same. It had a 1.8 liter dual overhead cam engine, and man, that thing would go.
Well,
and just a reminder for those of you out there that like to bust your ass 24/7, in 20 years, the only people that are going to remember how you worked late are going to be your kids.
True enough. How true a statement.
And that moment that you realized that Oprah did not bring you on her show for a new car.
Ooh.
And my weekly reminder to improve your health. The problem in our industrial food system is 99-cent double cheeseburgers and $5 fruit salad.
Exactly.
And this meme, how ridiculous it looked. I'm like, nobody in their right mind would ever put a timing belt on like that. Got me to realize, you know what? When I see somebody posting things like, having a microphone that is meant to be talked into directly in front of it, and they like to talk into it like this, and they don't understand why their audio doesn't sound good, it's got me to go, you know what? I'm going to post other content. I haven't figured out whether I'm going to do it on this channel or start a whole new one just for that kind of stuff. But like fundamental audio visual stuff, OBS stuff, content creation. I've learned so much in the last 3 years, and I finally got to the point now where it's like, if I knew a list of 10 things that I wish I would have known before I started making YouTube channel stuff, before I decided to reinvest and create a whole new studio, I want to put that information out there so other people don't repeat my mistakes. I love having my own room, but turning a bedroom half the size of my original studio into this wasn't the greatest idea, because it caused me to have to invest a whole bunch in soundproofing stuff.
Funny you mentioned that, like these people. I mean, me and Alex were talking before the stream. I was just saying I've been learning a bit more about this voice meter potato for what sound and directing it. But funny you mentioned that about somebody like talking like that in the mic, right? There was a guy who was actually doing a tutorial, right? This is no bullshit, right? He was doing a tutorial on voice meter potato, using all the equalizers and that, right? And he was putting the microphone, he may as well been eating it, right? And when he was putting the noise gates down, you should have fucking heard his voice. Like, and he said, "This is good audio." I'm saying, "Fucking really, man? I'm deaf as a post, and it doesn't sound fucking good to me."
Listen, it is not easy to get your audio settings perfect, to get it loud enough that everybody can continuously hear what you have to say, but not so loud on the volume input that you're picking up all the background noise. You have to set your volumes appropriately and then boost it in post while you're processing it.
He just had too much bass. It sounded like he was in under a pillow. Whoa, mate.
Well, that's the proximity effect. It applies to every microphone. When you get close to it, you're going to pick up a lot more bass. And some microphones, like...
So is this how you do a sexy voice? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, mate, that's exactly what you got to do. And it's even worse when you do a condenser microphone like this. I mean, you can get some real sexy voice like this. But the number of shows I've seen where they're literally talking into the back end of the microphone and can't figure out why their audio doesn't sound good. It's like 180. Just do a 180 on your microphone. You'll sound fantastic. You'll also turn down your volume because now you're going to actually like be loud.
I find it kind of irritating watching videos that where people are sitting. You can't see them. They've just got this big microphone in front of their nose and they're yapping away, and you think, well, where are you? Peekaboo, are you hiding behind there or something? You know what I mean?
That's because there's so many shitty tutorials on YouTube that tell you how to set your stuff up. And if I did that, holy cow.
What? Honestly, it's bad enough.
And every week we talk about how we recycled shit when we were growing up. Yeah, our cars were more polluting and there was smoke coming out of them and whatnot. But I don't want to hear about this, recycling and, save the earth. We were saving the earth when we were children. Every single bottle on that shelf is made of glass.
Yep. And it all got used again.
Yes.
No more made. It just got washed, cleaned, sterilized, and it was used again. Simples. Whatever happened to them days? Plastic. That's what happened to them days. Fucking plastic.
Yeah, and that shopping cart there, maybe was $45, $50. You go and you fill that cart up today, you're going to be spending $200 easy.
Way high. No
if not more. And for somebody that wants to do this lovely drop the mic deal, has never actually bought a microphone.
I'm sure you wouldn't dare, would you? Oh, how much that cost? Boom.
Look, honey, there's a beautiful little puppy that needs a home. They're going to put him under if we don't keep him and take him in.
Oh, no. Not another one. Come back. Look where that dog is in front of the bloke. He's nuts and everything. They don't care to the dogs. They don't give a flying monkey's back to them.
They don't give a toss whatsoever. I've got taken some pictures of my wife sitting on her recliner because she loves having the dogs up on the recliner. You know, one sits up in between her legs, the other one sits on her side, and she gets to sit there and pet them the whole time she's watching TV and stuff. But lately, they become jealous of each other, and they're both literally up on top of her face, you know, licking her face and like, pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to that other bitch.
Get him out of the way. That's it. Kick him off. Look at me.
Yep. Dear Santa, when I asked for a 30-year-old escort, this is not quite what I had in mind.
Oh, it would be for me, like, definitely. I'd rather have that. Without a doubt.
Isn't it ironic how as we get older, our perspective on everything changes? When you're young and you look at that and go, oh yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about. Not me, man. I would love to have my 89 Escort GT back.
Love them, man. I used to have the XR3i, man. Loved it. RS Turbo, had the RS Turbo, and I had a cabbie as well, Cabriolet. Loved them.
It was so comfortable. 10-gallon fuel tank would last me 400 miles.
Yeah.
Now my truck is a 44-gallon fuel tank.
Here's one. This is economics for you, right? Years ago, I don't know if you know the model when you're part of the world, but Peugeot was a 405.
Yeah.
Then they brought out the 406. Then they brought the 406 out, which was the turbo diesel. But the 405 was a 1.9 diesel engine, non-turbo. I could run that car on £5 a week and go everywhere. As soon as I bought a 406, I was never away from the fucking fuel pumps because of that bloody turbo.
Oh, yeah. Believe me, if I didn't have any calls, because I ran voluntary ambulance back then. That was actually even before I joined the fire company. And I ran ambulance calls back then. And if we had calls, my fuel usage was double. I had a little blue light on top of the car. I had to flick on and go on calls and stuff. And it could suck the fuel.
Well, you like Starsky and Hutch? Light on the roof. Oh, so cool.
I had it even better, mate. I had a sliding moonroof, power sliding moonroof. I had a blue strobe light that I bent coat hanger into the proper shape to loop onto the front of the moonroof. So I would open the I'd push the button, open the moonroof. I'd get my light out. I'd push the close button. I'd hold it there and slide it onto the moonroof. So when I got back to the station, even if it ran, my car never got wet. And the light was attached to my car.
That's so cool. See? Yeah, good old-fashioned escorts, man.
I have lots of questions here.
Right, where were we? Men?
We have a men's room that is closed for private event. Our apologies. What?
George Michael's in there. George Michael's in there. Remember the George Michael incident? That's right. He's in there now.
Closed for private event. Of course.
That's odd.
William Dobson said he had a Mazda 323 GTI, double overhead cam, 2-liter, and it could keep up with the 911, Porsche 911.
Easy, man. Easy. I don't know if you remember. You may know because you're like from Hungary. Can you remember the Czechoslovakian car called a Lada? L-A-D-A.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
Lada.
Big horrible square thing. It was disgusting when it was a horrible car, right?
Mhm.
My friend bought one of them. He bought one of them, and everybody mocked him. Oh, you bought that chunk of shit, it's gonna die. He put a, you know what he done? He put a Fiat 2-litre twin cam engine in it. And honest to God, the people that were blushing off the traffic lights being left for dead by a Lada. No shit, mate. That's true gospel. The Fiat twin cam engine, a 2-litre in a Lada, because they were literally the same shape at the front. They were exactly the same shape, and it dropped straight in. Years we had building cars like that, man. Jesus.
I used to love working on cars when I was young.
Oh, great! I'll tell you another engine transplant that worked very well. You remember the Lancia Delta Gralo? Lancia Delta heard me Gralo up there. The Lancia Delta, the Gralo. 50. Fuck, I can't remember the name of the car.
Did they do that? Didn't they do one of those on Wheeler Dealer?
Yeah, the HF
Lancia.
Gralo. It was a rally car, Lancia Delta, right? The engine of that dropped straight in to a Mark I Ford Fiesta. That was a rocket. That went like bat out of hell. HF. What's the name of the bastard car? It's got off my head. It's one of my all-time favourite cars. Fucking hell, man.
Oh, snow! Remember what snow is, Joe? No, I thought Hunter's crack pipe exploded again.
That could be nothing truer than a fact, couldn't it?
Homeschooling. You got to love homeschooling, because here's homeschooling science lesson. This week went really, really well. Next week, we're going to cover marketing and distribution.
Moonshine.
No, mate, it's just distilled water. We don't do moonshine. No, that's illegal.
People do that to this. People still do that to this day, don't they? Moonshine.
Hell yeah.
Fucking right, man.
In Hungary, it's called Palinka. Moonshine's called Palinka.
I know they make it out of. Is it a European company that make it out of potatoes? Do they make it out of potatoes in the US?
No, it's corn. Corn liquor.
Corn. I know
corn,
potatoes.
The most readily abundant available crop anywhere. And they get it ground down, make cornmeal out of it to make your mash. Throw a little yeast in there, come back 5-7 days later, distill it off.
Woo-hoo.
In Hungary, and my dad, when I was growing up as a kid, we used to have pear trees and apple trees in the backyard. We used to have these big, 60, 75-gallon plastic drums that he would put all into. And at work, he had the welders make him up some stainless steel blades to chop them up, fill the thing up with water. And it's essentially like you would make an apple brandy, or you would make a pear brandy, or a plum brandy.
It just ferments, doesn't it? Alcohol.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how different the flavor is depending on what fruit you start from or what vegetable you start from.
Yeah.
McDonald's cheeseburger advertisements compared to the real McDonald's cheeseburgers you get in the store.
Now what that just reminded me of there, you just pinged in my head. That film we're talking about the other week, Michael Douglas falling down when he goes into McDonald's.
When he goes in there and says, I want that right there on the picture. That's what I want.
Not that.
Listen, if we don't run long today, I want to talk about the different movies I saw, because you got me to watch that one, Sisu.
Did you watch it?
I watched it. It was a little out there, little OTT, but that was a fantastic movie.
It was awesome, wasn't it? Yeah. I said it was a bit over the top. He survives things that you would not survive.
Yeah, when that plane crashed in the ground and he just crawled away from it, like,
It was in
No.
a swamp. Push. That was the kind of where they've gone. It was a muddy swamp.
It was a muddy swamp, so he was able to crawl out of it.
Yeah. Good though. The storyline was good, I thought, rather than, you know what I mean?
Lancia Delta Intergrala.
That's it, Intergrala. I would say HF Intergrala. That's what it is. Lancia Delta HF Intergrala. That's where I'm.
And Dusty's talking about the moonshine here. You can make it out of raspberries and blackberries, elderberry, potatoes. I love me some potato vodka.
I'm
That's
sure
some good stuff. Some nice Polish potato vodka.
Yeah, that's it, Poland. That's it, Poland. You've hit the nail. They make it out of potatoes. That's true.
And you go to Asia, they make rice wine. They make it out of rice.
Wine. Wow. Things we can do, man, for our entertainment.
Aye, mate. Things we do for our entertainment. Listen, you got all this stuff in your garage. You could be making a fortune. Well, not so much now because HMRC wants you to report your Cash App income. But you could have made a fortune. Look at how many nuts and bolts you got in your garage. But then again, let's be realistic. The nuts and bolts in our garage hardly ever match up. We'll spend 4 hours looking for a damn bolt that matches the nut.
You know what it is over here? You know how you get the mysterious 10mm socket disappears? You've got to try and find a 10mm bolt to get in it now. When you find it.
My problem is half the stuff in my garage is metric and half of it's imperial. You're like, oh, that starts up good, and then it's just like you get a half a thread on and it's like it won't turn anymore because one's metric, one's imperial.
That's not good, yeah. Surprised you guys use metric. With everything we used to make way was fucking imperial.
Well, you know what started that was when Ford merged with Mazda and Mercedes-Benz, I think it was. And then they universally adopted everything metric on the cars.
I remember when I was in the engineering, when we were making stuff for the US, everything was imperial. For God's sake, man. Anti-threads. God, Bennett.
Here's another sign that has me going, I got some questions to ask. Godfather's Lounge Games and Cocktails. Saturday, 6:23, jerk-off contest and fish fry. What?
Okay, all right.
Huh?
Basically, they're saying there are a lot of wankers that eat fish.
Gives a whole new meaning to that I don't even want to explore.
No.
So how about we learn to grow vegetables instead of electing vegetables into office? That's my advice for 2024.
That definitely makes sense, my friend.
And this is what I was talking about here. When I first came on, I took a look at it, okay? I took a screenshot of it. That was after. This was the screenshot originally, okay? I was watching it on my phone and I came up to my computer to do some work. Had 13 likes on it, right? So I came up onto my computer and I'm like, okay, let me like this. And only had 10 likes. What?
Holy moly.
Son of Liberty Radio does a show every Friday night. Human Vaping IT. So I clicked on it, and it went to 11. But that's not what it was when I started with.
Tell you, man, they're just moving the goalposts all the time, man. No shite.
It is. All right. So here's the one thing I wanted to show you guys, okay? Money. Currency. Dollar bill, right? So here's the situation, okay? Please understand what using cash is doing and why it's important, okay? You have a $50 banknote, right? in your pocket, and you go to a restaurant and you pay for your dinner with that $50 banknote. The restaurant owner then uses that $50 bill to, pay for his laundry or pay for the next supply order to make food for somebody else's bill, right? Or to pay for a barber. That $50 bill stays a $50 bill along the whole supply chain, right?
Yeah.
And after an unlimited number of payments and changing hands, that $50 bill is still $50, fit for purpose, and used to pay for something else. All right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But if you go to the restaurant and you pay digitally using a card, or you Venmo it, there's bank fees that come off of that payment transaction and are charged to the seller. Let's say 3%, if they're lucky enough to find a processing fee that small. So about $1.50 will go in fees to the bank. And every payment after that takes another $1.50 off of it, and it gives it to the bank. So after 30 transactions, that initial $50 bill, only about $5 of it's going to remain, and the $45 of that is going to be in the hands of the bank, thanks to digital currency and transaction fees. That's just unrealistic when you think about it like that. Small businesses need your help, and this is one way that you can help a small business out, is pull your cash out and pay for it using cash. You go and you order a pizza, give the delivery driver a cash tip, not a tip on the card that you pay for the restaurant, if they demand that you pay digitally. You go get your haircut, pay for that haircut in cash.
Yeah.
Not a card.
I hate using my card. I very rarely use online banking. I very rarely use my card for purchasing unless I really, really want something. And 9 out of 10 times, if I could use cash, I will use cash. I've always believed money talks.
And it's scary if you think about this in a bigger perspective. Think about a retailer, let's say a little small mom and pop vape shop, right? If they have all of their transactions, let's say that they have $50,000 worth of sales, right? And let's say 90% of them are by card instead of cash. They're paying $1,500 in fees in 1 month. That totals to $18,000 a year that they didn't get to make as profit because it went to the bank.
When you think about it though, like in our day, cash made a deal. See, you went out to buy a fucking second-hand car, right? The guy wanted £900 for it, right? You say, look, mate, I've got £700 cash in my hand. You flash the cash, you go, right, I'll take it. The cash works for business, you know what I mean? For deals. If you turn around and say, I want £900 for it, or will I pay you by card? Then he'd take the £900 off you, wouldn't he? You know what I mean?
And that's the whole thing. The banks are going to make money off of it. The government's going to make money off of it because they're going to tax you for every little penny that you got made. Even though as a tip, I don't think tips should be taxed. But the government demands their tips. And when you pay on a credit card, well, it goes to the taxes and goes to the total income that person made. So you wonder why somebody can make $60,000 a year but are struggling to go and buy groceries and pay all their bills. It's not just inflation that has caused people to tighten their belts. It's transitioning to all digital currency. And it shocks me that some restaurants and some shops around here legit do not accept cash anymore. COVID got people so scared that it's like, we're not using cash anymore. John D., hello and welcome.
I think they should make it illegal for shops not to accept cash, because cash, wherever country you're in, is a legal currency. It's a legal tender. So why can't you use it?
See, these aren't actual dollar bills. These are motion picture purpose dollar bills. But a real dollar bill says on there, for all debts, legal debts, public, and private. So that has to be accepted. It's the legal, authorized currency of the country.
Legal tender?
Sad. But there's a little brutal reality for you. So if you do one thing different this year, pay cash whenever you can. Especially if you're tipping somebody. I do that with DoorDash all the time. If we DoorDash something, DoorDash will get, the card thing because they already have a markup or whatever. But the delivery driver gets a cash tip, not on the card. People work their butt off and they should get remunerated accordingly. No, I did not hear about that. Coilmaster's going bankrupt. That's horrible.
Yeah, they're not making no more now.
That's sad. They made some great tools. I love their coiling rods.
They did. They made some fantastic stuff. It's just a sign.
Yeah,
of the
there's
time,
certain circumstances where you can't, purchase something on cash.
Well, yeah, obviously because of the amount, but
But it does add up in the end.
If you would, but it puts you in a powerful position though. Because say if you say won the lottery, you said right, I will buy that house cash. I don't want no mortgage. It puts you in a good position, doesn't it?
Yep. I always thought it was crazy though. I mean, you go to pay for something like when I order those coil tools from Coil Factory, there's also processing fee for transferring money to a different currency. I understand currency has different values or whatever, but there's another cut coming off the top there. Mm-hmm. Banks always have a way to, swindle a little bit here, swindle a little bit there. And
always have.
You used to be able to go to the bank and get a free checking account for giving them your money, even if it's less than $500 a month. You got a free checking account. You had to buy your own checks to write, but that was it. It was free, and they gave you a digital card to use, a Mac card that was free. Now, any bank you go to, they got like a $5 or $7, $9.99 monthly fee just to have the card.
Some banks here actually do a credit check on you before you can have an account with them. The credit fucking check you. What?
A lot of banks are like that nowadays.
Yeah.
Imagine when it's all digital currency and they can literally shut you off and say your card is only good at the local grocery store. That's it. You can't go further away than that.
I know, but the thing is, if you're employed, right, say you're on a lower income, and the only way you can get your salary is paid to your bank, and your bank says, well, your credit's shit, how are you going to get paid?
There's people, especially in California, because California has ridiculous laws for debtors, right? If you owe money, they can legit, in the state, they have a registry of debtors that owe people money. So if you go to the bank and open up a bank account, they'll let you open it up. They won't even tell you about it. You get your paycheck deposited in that bank. You can go out and buy groceries the one day and find out your paycheck was all collected to go pay for a debt that you had 10 years ago.
Me? Wow.
They're limited on how much they can take or whatever. But if you have multiple people you've owed money to over the last fucking 10 decades or 2 decades or whatever.
Wow.
Their laws are set up so that you could legit have, half of your money gone every single paycheck.
Unbelievable, man.
Yep. And then, like you said, it goes on your credit report that you owe these people money. So you can't buy, anything without credit unless you have the cash to pay for it all up front. You can't get an apartment because, you owe people money. We don't want you living with us. That's why California's housing problem and homeless problem is so bad.
It's just more than ever ever-ending circus for people who's homeless. You know, they want to get off the street and on the housing ladder, and then, you know, they vote this, they vote that, and you know.
And you could have somebody that, you know, works 5 days a week, consistently has a full-time job, plus, you know, a couple side hustles, and they get one medical situation happen to them. They fall and break a leg or something, and it's not covered under anybody's insurance. We could bankrupt you. And for the rest of your life, you'll be in debt because you'll never pay that off.
But the ironic thing is, I don't know if it works where you were, but the ironic thing is, if you're not in debt, if you don't owe anybody any money, it goes against you for credit. You work that one out. They want you to be in debt so they can see it, right? You can see that you're paying your bills and blah, blah, blah. When you don't owe nobody nothing, you find it very hard to get credit over here. Very difficult.
Mm-hmm. William Dobson said that there's a new coil building kit available in the UK. I saw Vic do something about that.
Yeah.
When he went to the expo, he talked about some new coil building kit.
Yeah, it's just like a travel kit thing of just, yeah, with that, right? Just like a little travel thing and like a cylinder thing, you know. Nothing new. I mean,
the thing is, that's a one-time purchase. You know, once you get somebody that gets into the hobby aspect of vaping, they will go and they'll buy themselves the tools that they need for their crafting. Like anything else. But once you have a good set of tools, it's not like it's a regular purchase.
The only things I ever replace out of my building kit is obviously the cutters, because they obviously wear. The wire cutters obviously wear. And sometimes the tweezers, you know, that they wear, you know, just shit like that. I wouldn't go out and buy a whole new kit just for a pair of fucking tweezers or pliers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my ceramic tweezers, the ceramic tip on one, I dropped it the one time and it busted the tip of it off, so they're not the same length anymore. So I had to buy another one. But other than that, I mean...
The ironic thing is, right, with them ceramic tweezers, right, they sell the ends. But for what the cost, you may just buy another pair of fucking tweezers.
Yeah.
Like, where's the economy? Where's the logic behind that? Well, these cost more than the tweezers. Okay.
And that's something we're definitely going to see this year in a lot of places. They won't completely ban it, but they're going to tax the heck out of it. A lot of places are going, you know, pushing proposals right now in legislation that, like Michigan, they're talking about doubling what they're collecting now on vape stuff. It's literally going to be cheaper for you to smoke than it is for you to vape.
That's what I'm saying. They're just trying to tax people out of it, aren't they? I mean, like, here in the UK, they're doing that kind of thing with a cigarette, you know, they're just upping the prices all the time to try and, you know, make it just so people can't afford to smoke rather than. But then again, it just opens the door for the black market. The black market's rife. Absolutely rife.
And see, the thing that they don't think about is the fact a lot of the stuff we have for vaping, it's available for a bunch of other purposes. And the best scissors you're going to buy aren't going to come from some vape kit. It's going to come as seamstress shears. That's why all my stuff here, I bought this as a seamstress, Fiskars. Fiskars is making seamstress scissors and shears for hundreds of years now. Singer sewing machine was, you know, the oldest sewing machine factory in the United States.
Sewing machines. Singer, Jesus, they're all big, aren't they?
And the sad thing is, you know, if you had a local mom and pop vape shop and we're selling those scissors, they would have to tax it as a vaping product because it's being sold in a vape shop.
That way,
but you can go down to Joanne Fabrics and pick them up for $5.
It's amazing how sometimes you use a tool for a different job and yet it'll cost more or less because of the job it's used it for. Yet it's multi-purpose.
You've seen that with engineering tools. You can go on Amazon, pick up a decent set of calipers for 15, 20 quid, right? You go and buy it from a machinist shop, you're going to pay $100, $200 for that same exact tool.
I used to get it was Kennedy measuring equipment, Kennedy calipers, Kennedy, and they were a good make and they were, a bit expensive. But then the local cheap shop from the same caliber, like a 6-inch one, 6-inch caliber, digital, 15 quid. It's done exactly the same job.
Well, it's like here in the States, you've got Mac Tools that goes around to all the garages, that sell them all the professional Mac tools, Matco tools for the mechanic. But like a weekend mechanic, a shade tree mechanic like you and I, we can't afford $200 for a freaking pair of pliers, or they charge you $50 for a little 6-inch crescent wrench. We'll go to Harbor Freight and buy the same thing for $4 for what we use it for, and as little as we use it.
See, it's a similar thing here. They've got snap-on tools, which are, professional tools for mechanics now. But what you're paying for, you can probably buy a whole socket set for one fucking item, what they're selling, you know what I mean? It's just like,
Yeah. There are some things that I will not cheap out on. I've learned that the hard way. It's well worth the money to buy it once and buy good stuff. And Kenny and I, before the stream, were talking about printers. He's ready to chuck his out the window. First off, it ran out of ink, so he had to go out and spend 30 quid on an ink cartridge, just pop in the thing. Then he went to put it in there, and he had it loaded full of paper, but it kept telling him there was no paper in the damn thing. So then he got that all cleaned out, and it took the paper, and then it kept jamming. When I went to college, I spent $600 on a color laser printer that gets 8,000 pages per cartridge, and it cost me $80 to get a complete set of refurbished cartridges for it. That'll be the last printer I ever buy.
Again, I remember years ago, especially when I think Lexmark were big printers in the day because you could get the cheap cartridges for them. But at the end of the day, you used to go and say buy a Canon printer. They were selling them for about 40 quid a throw, right? Just cheap Canon printers, and yet the ink cartridges for them were 50 quid. So people were just saying, right, it's run out of ink, bin it, I'll go and buy another printer. It was cheaper to buy another printer than what it was to buy the fucking cartridge.
It was even more crazy here because they had rebates on everything. There was a big thing, year 2000 was like 25 years ago now. They used to have rebates in the Sunday paper, Staples was really good for that. They're the ones that are in Office Max, Office Depot. You would go and you would get this $129 printer, and they'd have a $50 mail-in rebate on the thing, and you'd buy the thing, like you said, for 40 or 50 quid, and be like, "Oh man, this is the greatest thing ever! Got this?" And then you go to buy the ink, and it's $30 a cartridge. Well, I'll just get another printer.
False economy or what?
Our markets have been manipulated for decades to make their books look good at the end of the year. Forget about the environmental cost of everybody dumping their printer as soon as they ran out of ink the first time.
Exactly. I'll tell you there must be a few printers gone to recycle station. Jesus Christ.
And you want to talk about, disposable vapes are bad for the environment. How many printers are laying in the landfill somewhere? Because for a good 10 years, that was the profit model.
Crazy, man. Yeah, if you didn't all that recyclable, that's the thing. The products were recyclable, and yet they end up in landfill.
It could have been. It wasn't their priority. Their priority is profits.
Oh, God. No.
Speaking of profits, are we going to do retro vape with the Walmart of vaping, smock? Or are we going to do a random recipe?
Let's do this retro vape. I'm keen to see.
I have got a nasty mess on my desk, and I need to bump the lighting up. There, now you can see my ugly mug. Got my lovely sieve and my martini we haven't touched yet. Don't forget to vote on what flavor you want us to put into this thing today. Are we going to go with the Southern Peach Double Delight? Or are we going to go with the Fried Banana Split?
Both look nice.
There you go. Smock, TF, RDTA.
No number. Is that the original TF? There's not a number on it.
That's the original. TF, RDTA.
Christ would have said that to a museum. Retro, yeah, bugger.
And even the plastic wrap on this thing is just ridiculously thick compared to stuff nowadays.
Holy moly. How much is on it? You realize how much pollution you cause the planet taking that wrapper off.
And to think that every product out there is the same.
Jesus. Frightening.
Listen, Nick posted on Twitter for New Year, he cleaned off his desk. And man, everything's immaculate on his desk. Like, I need to take a couple hours and just clean everything off of mine and only put back on the stuff that needs to go back on there.
Well, I hate to say that with mine this year. I'm very clean. I don't like clutter. Can I buy clutter? But then again, no. At the moment, I'm not. I'm going to show you. Hang on, where are we? Oh, you're on it. Why the fucker? Why are you not working? Oh shit, it's not plugged in. Bollocks. Oh, yeah.
The joys of working on your computer and forgetting where you plugged stuff in. And
oh. Why are you not graphing, you little shit pot? Oh, where?
You're going to have to go into the OBS settings because if you plug it into a different port, it's recognized as a different device.
Oh, that's wrong. An old logo overlay. Oops, shit, that's not good. Oh, hang on. Yes, right, down back there.
Swing top. Look at the inside of that drip tip.
Is that the one with the anti-spatter thing?
It's a 510 drip tip. The center plastic tube is 510. Inner diameter. That thing is tiny. Paul,
oh, well.
Is that you? Steve Lane, hello and welcome.
Hello, Stevie. I said my fucking webcam's not decided to work anymore. What the fuck's going on with that?
At least you don't have it like me, mate. I have all these different webcams plugged into it, and man, was that a pain in the wazoo when I upgraded the CPU because some of them just didn't want to work at all because they were all in the same hub, USB hub.
This was working not so long ago. I don't know what's
Hey! Mate, have you ever... When's the last time you saw a rebuildable device that already had the coils installed?
So cool, isn't it?
What?
Ha ha! That's going to be the quickest build you've ever done, mate.
I don't know. Take a look at these holes where you're supposed to drop your wick into. They do look like a decent set of Clapton coils, though. They're spaced out. I can get into that.
Why I'm not fucking having nothing? I don't
Just straighten out just a hair.
That's weird. Computer's not even finding this webcam at the moment. Odd. Very odd.
.22 ohms is what this thing came in at.
That wasn't good.
There you go.
That wasn't good. That's better.
Not quite. Still wants to.
It's not working anymore, you little shit. Oh well. This looks like that's another thing I'll have to investigate.
I think these coils are too complex for this little tiny tank. The heat coming off of these things right now is just like an iron. Like somebody left the iron on.
Taste as well. That's gonna be warm.
So do we go ahead and use these ones that are in it, or do we replace them?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, we'll go for it. We'll pitch it later when it doesn't work. We've got some Hell Vape cotton here we could use. This thing is still hot.
Uh-huh.
Come on, cool off.
Mm-hmm. All you guys out there in chat watching, Alex sent us the original arbiter, and I was speaking of earlier, and I'm kind of on the same kind of fence as him, mate. I think this one's better than the first one.
Because it's unrestricted airflow. But that would vary based upon how you inhale. Like my wife prefers the Arbiter 2 because she prefers a slower inhale.
Oh, yeah.
With a little more restriction.
I mean, it's not wide open airflow. It's not.
No.
Aqualung. I can kind of see why. You know what I mean? I do know why. But it makes sense. William Dobson, remember the chain of shops that used to refill ink cartridges? I remember the syringe kits you used to buy for them. You used to get the syringe kits with the coloured inks. You used to just stick in the foam and just fill the fuck back up again.
All right, how are we supposed to get this cotton into those little tiny juice ports?
That'd be really thin, mate. Bastard. That's kind of been like hypocritical, because it says like try not to use big coils in the old RT years. You just come pre-installed with them. What? Fuck me, they are small, aren't they?
And they're offset, like right underneath the end of the coil. I don't want to stuff them in there.
I stuff them in to get dry hair. Oh. Ah. God, I love that stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of cotton in there, my friend. I don't know what to do. Fuck this, I'm gonna stick some batteries in this motherfucker.
When you get the hang of it, you get the hang of it.
Trim out, you little motherfucker.
Look how easy that one went in compared to that other one.
You ever done that with a battery charger where you spring loaded contacts and open the battery up and it's just shot out and shot into orbit somewhere?
I've got the charger we have at camp, the springs on them are so bloody strong that you got to be very careful about pulling the batteries out, because those things, the batteries will flick out and they end up in the toilet.
Some setup just literally caught that one, like, what the hell? Ooh. Ooh, that could do a wee wick in that. I'm gonna do a bit of wicking myself, maybe on the Valhalla, because them wicks look fucking disgusting. It's amazing how lazy we get in it when you vape. You're just like, oh, well, I'll get a bit more of it. No, you won't. Oh, shit, they're disgusting.
Well, I want to see how your arbiter works out, because for mine, I can go a long time, sometimes even months, without changing it because I can't perceive that the coil's going bad.
Well, I've been running that now for... How long ago did I get it? A week ago? I've been running that since I'm getting it, pretty much. Right, the day after I got it, I ran it. And I've been running ever since. Never changed nothing. Same cotton. Everything's the same.
Too much. Can't put 10 pounds of crap in a 5-pound bucket.
There's a will, there's a way, though. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way. Tell you what I'm into, like the shoelace cotton. I've got some of that Firebolt cotton shoelace. I'm quite into that at the minute. Like, it's so simple to use.
Firebolt is very easy to use.
Yeah.
Come on. Here we go. Enough for it to move around. One left.
Yeah, it's going to be a funny one. Like I said, the wick holes are very small. I think they were on most of the smokes, like the wick holes were very, very small.
Surprised they went with a 3mm.
Yeah. There you go. Maybe just go for the 2.5s next time you build on it. Perfect, that. The thing I love about RD is you don't have to piss fart about with lengths of cotton. You know, as long as it touches the bottom, fucking happy days.
It's this wire. It was the same on the other side, where it's over the cotton, it drops down so easily. But on the side where you have the wire going in from underneath, it should have been pushed over. That's my fault for not checking that before I did this. That's why it's been so hard on the one side.
It's like an offset in it.
All right, let's see what the vote is.
Oh, hi.
Fried banana split at 60%.
No way, bastard. I went the other way, me. I went for the peach.
Oh, I would have gone peach if it was my choice. But yeah, I'm going to try all these ones.
I kind of went for the peach boy. But, you know, you're going to use it eventually, so.
Holy shit. I'm like, what's this fried banana split going to taste like? And that's legit what it tastes like. They used to, King's Restaurant around here used to have a fried ice cream ball as their dessert.
Oh, yeah.
And they legit would take the ice cream ball and fry it. You know, putting a coating on it and then frying it. That same flavor, if you would have used a banana ice cream, that's exactly what this tastes like.
No way.
That fried flavor kind of reminds me of Flavor's toast. He sent over some raspberry jam toast flavoring the one time. And his first package, I think he sent over.
I remember that, yeah.
It was a little too much toast for me. But this one has like a fried churro flavor profile, not a plain toast.
Right, what am I going to pour in this? I know what I'm going to pour in this. I know exactly.
Is my build stand up? Battery must be dead.
That's exactly what I'm going to pour in this. This is going to blow you away, or blow me away.
Paint that wick. And paint this one. Otherwise, it's going to get on the threads. Come on, mate. Fire. I have to put this on a mod. It's not going to work.
Oh, yes. Look at that bad lad. Oh, that smell.
We're going to put this one on the Smock Scar 18.
Fucking hell, even that's a retro vape in itself. Come on, you fucking drop in there. That's the boy. More in there. Get that drip up.
0.37. Definitely not 40 watts. I'm going to have to put more power to it.
Oh, but no, man. What are you doing? Why am I leaving that up? Holy moly. Try that at 100. Pour that one first.
Well, they definitely got the top cap right. Take a 100 ml bottle and put it in there, no problem.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's it. I'm set.
This microphone arm is too stiff. It'd be good for my camera, but I need to get a different wall mount.
Oh.
What are you enjoying over there?
I'm just...
And why am I on coffee when I'm enjoying this beautiful Belgian ale?
I've just literally re-wicked my Valhalla Mini while you were doing that. And I've just dropped in some of this fantastic CDS muffins and... Oh, mate. Wow.
So you like cinnamon Danish swirl?
Oh, what? My God. Oh, I thought we shit at high wattage, but it's actually better. Holy moly. I'm done, man. I'm just sitting here. I'm even off camera with the square thing there because I'm just that far back.
I'm trying to figure out what's going to be the ideal wattage for this.
What's your coil resistance?
0.37.
0.37?
Yeah.
Fuck.
But it's got a lot of mass, so like my little coil building tool, the ohm reader, the ohm tab tester, 40 watts wasn't enough. 5.7 volts out of a single battery wasn't enough to fire it. So putting it into a dual battery mod like this, 50 watts, and now I'm getting some beautiful vape to it.
Hit 60, see where you are.
I think those are Canthal wires, Canthal coil.
Probably will be if they're kind of with base out of EE, right?
It's been a while since I've used Canthal coils. These ones I ordered, NNKs, they're all nichrome, NI80 and NI90.
I'm a big nichrome user. Like the only thing I do differ, I like stainless in my out ears. It just wraps up so much quicker.
Get more flavor at 55 than at 60 watts.
Really? The big chunky coils now, Jesus.
Yeah. Drop it to 50. The airflow is buttery smooth. There's no honeycomb to this whatsoever. There's just 4 slots on it. There's no whistly sound to it. Let me cut that back a little bit. $50's not enough.
See, something like that in this day and age would probably be too airy. For a lot of people that like restricted airflow, you know what I mean? Be like, fucking hell, I'll be at this shit.
But with those massive chunky coils, you need a lot of airflow to cool those off.
Yes. Totally agree. You know what I think would help with this, right? I don't know if you would agree.
What's that?
Bit of sweetness, because you always get a Danish swirl muffin with icing on.
Yeah, the sweetness you're going to have to adjust to your taste and your preferences.
Yeah.
I was going for more of, I wanted a cinnamon without it being sickeningly sweet.
Yeah, you've got that.
There's only 0.5% of sweetener in there, so you could add another 0.5% to that bottle.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the recipe.
It's just got a little bit of icing taste, so, but then again, like I said, with the cherry bake, well, if you've done that with that, it might ruin it. You know what I mean? So it's a catch-22, isn't it?
I'll play a little bit more with it, but I mean, here's the recipe right there.
Oh, you've got the cinnamon and it's down with tea.
Oh, super sweet is in there at 1%, but you could put another 1% in. If it was a commercial recipe, I'm sure there would be 2 or 3% sweetener in it.
Oh, easy.
Just add 1 more gram of super sweet to it and see what you think of it.
It's one of them ones where it's fantastic it is, but you don't want to ruin it. You know what I mean?
I loved it. I mean, I went through 6 bottles of it.
Oh,
when I'm like, I need to put this aside or I'm going to get stuck on just this.
I could use it all day, no problem. Absolutely fine. Especially in this. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's look at the original recipe and see what he had as the sweetener in his. His was only a 1% or 0.5%. Mine's a 1% because I thought the same thing you did.
It must be a UK thing over here. Anything like that, the high fucking icing on. I don't know why, but they just do it. Ice buns, ice this, ice that. You know what I mean? Like,
because that's exactly what it tastes like.
Yeah.
If you were to eat the actual cinnamon Danish swirl muffin, that's what it would look like. You would have that icy layer on there.
Oh, you've nailed it. Like, definitely nailed it. It's fantastic.
Wasn't me. Rocky Tooney is the one that gets the credit for this recipe. The only thing I changed on there is I went from 0.5% super sweet to 1% super sweet. Everything else is the same.
He's not some good stuff, him, like, definitely.
Fantastic recipes. William Dobson's sent us that one. Where is it? Who's your daddy?
Oh.
Buttercream frosting, caramel solid, caramel butter, condensed milk, super sweet.
Ooh, I know they do. What the fuck's having the flavour profile on that? It's all sweet shit, isn't it? Caramel and butter. Yeah.
I'm trying to think what around here they sell. Not a Tootsie Roll, because the Tootsie Roll's got a chocolate base to it. They also sell these ones that are caramel based to it. That's what this one reminds me of. A caramel chew.
I see. Oh, this is good. Like,
but that's just a fantastic recipe.
It is, like, holy moly.
So is it something that I would recommend you go out and buy if you saw it on a clearance bin for $5? Well, no. I don't think it gives enough flavor to make it worth the investment. I mean, there's so many other things that are so much better than this. It can't stand a leg to the Blaze or the Blaze Solo.
But then again, you know, you've got them coils that are pre-installed, so maybe if you tried your own coils, you might get a bit better, something better.
I've got some BP mod coils, the ones that I bought for the Bushido. If I were to put those in there, the flavor would be way better. Because it wouldn't be a Canthal coil, it would be a nichrome-based coil with stainless steel cores. And right away, the flavor difference is going to be there just from the metal material alone.
It'd be night and day.
Yeah.
Night, yeah.
And I wouldn't do it like they did it. I wouldn't do a standard width coil and just spread it out. I would do a distinctive wrap with bent legs to match.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a space coil. It would be a wrap coil.
How many wraps on them?
With
Was it
long
just
legs.
5 wraps? What was on them coils? 5 wraps.
Yeah, I think there were 5 wraps, but they were spaced out. And that would also make your wicking a lot easier if you were to have it, as soon as it comes through the leg, have it bring it in and then come out to the coil and wrap around and then go back in. So it'd be a funky shape to achieve, but something that's easily doable if you spend a little time to pre-bend your coils. And then start it into that velocity deck. You could improve the flavor on this.
Even round wire coils might be better in there.
Yep. The thing that gets me is this drip tip. I've never seen a drip tip where they've already limited the airflow.
There was something about anti-spatter as well, I believe. So some of them were like that were anti-spatter tips.
I think they did this to maintain the consistent bore throughout the whole thing, to maintain the velocity of the vapor coming out of it. Your standard 510.
Yeah. What if you actually change the drip tip to something else? That'd be any better? Put your own drip tip in?
That's an 810, 510.
Just curiosity, you know what I mean? Just see if it would make a huge difference, if any. I'll take it that didn't work very well. Holy shit.
The top of this has juice flow control.
Ah.
That if you don't pay attention to when you're taking drip tips out. See what happens when you open the juice flow control?
It's fucking gone.
Fuck me.
It would probably help a lot, like if you open the juice flow control when you're fucking vaping, like. Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it.
Now it says atomizer short.
Oh, fucking shit.
What a disaster.
Holy moly, man. What the fuck? That's not good. Weird.
It is weird. Look at the cotton. 2 of the 4 leads. 2 of them dropped down. 2 of them were damned.
Holy fuck. Wow. Okay.
Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again.
New coil 0.83. What? No?
Oh, there's something not right there. There's something seriously not right there.
Atomizer short.
I'm surprised it's reading coils wrong. It's short now. What the fuck? Is everything tightened down? The screws tight and all that stuff? Looks weird.
Doesn't stand proud.
That's so odd.
All right. This is a funky design. So, I need to pull this out. This screws onto here. Definitely not safe.
Not very far, is it?
No, not at all.
John Lynch, to answer your question, I have got the Dogport MVV with the Bushido V3, am I right, correct? V3, that was kindly sent to me for pallets. What a quite a bit larger here. And then that I have got Cinnamon Danish Muffin, courtesy of Alex again. That was fantastic. I've also just dropped the Cinnamon Danish Mutton in the Valhalla Mini on the G-Class V2. So again, is absolutely out of this world. Then I've got the Arbiter Original, also courtesy of Alex, with some black currant soda in, which again, pretty damn good.
Now it's rating 0.20. A 0.20 will bump it up to 65. $70.
How is that actual kid making contact if it's that short? Jesus.
Still a good flavor. I still like that fried banana split.
Is it better now? Is it better than what it was? Yeah?
Yes.
No,
still lacking a little bit on the sweetness. I'm sure if I took that and put that into the Blaze or the Blaze Solo, the flavor would be way better than what it is in this TFE RDTA. But she can definitely drink the juice.
That must be what? 2014, 2016, was it? Smoke TFE? Yes.
The TF RDTA.
TF RDT. Yeah. Let's have a look. 2016. That's what you're dealing with. In the
7
first
years
few
old.
lines of it, the first few lines, great flavour and clouds, but thirsty. That's the first lines of that fucking
Thirsty.
review.
Thirsty is right.
It drinks the juice. 2016. That's the time you're looking at for that, matey.
I'm going to play with this later on this week. I'm going to put a different set of coils in there. See if we can actually get some real flavor out of it. There's no reason that this shouldn't give you fantastic flavor. With that airflow being the exact same diameter all the way up from the top of the chimney, you get massive velocity of airflow right off to the coils.
Yeah. I think them standard coils are winning. Look maybe it's a bit too big for the tank. Look very big. Something more simple.
Yeah, and with them being Clapton, you're not going to get the greatest flavor out of it anyway.
No.
But if you got a nickel allergy, that's the coil you're going to sell. Because you don't want to take the chance of somebody having an allergy to it.
Oh, well, this is it, isn't it? But
All
again,
right, time for a lube break bumper. So we're going to have to do a message from our sponsor. We haven't done that for a while. Lube break.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what?
But so what?
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? Everybody knows Joe Friday. My daughters tell me that nobody knows him and nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Because what he would say is just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts, ma'am. Very droll, dry. Because people want to give their editorial comments. Well, I think this, I think this. No, no, no. Let's just start with the facts. Just the facts, ma'am. That's what we do. Joe Friday. Get to know him.
You're pretty high and far out, aren't you? What kind of kick are you on, sir?
Alrighty then. Beautiful lube break. Take a look at my flavor stash.
I wouldn't say going to the toilet's beautiful, mate.
No, I'm looking more along the lines of we get our random recipe that we're going to pick out and mix. And I finally finished off my Belgian ale. The reason I love this Belgian stuff is it goes right through me, which is a good thing. When you have gout, you know, circulatory problems, for it to get you to go to the bathroom right away means that it's motivating your kidneys to excrete it. American beer doesn't do that. I can sit here and have 5 or 6 bottles before I got to go to the loo.
That's a common thing. I mean, when I go out drinking, it literally goes straight through me. I've got my first pint, I'm straight to the loo. No problem.
If I were to drink Bud Light, Yingling, any of that other stuff, I could have 3 or 4 before I even think about going to the bathroom. You get a Belgian or a German beer, and it's like first bottle, gotta go. Because it's a real beer. It's not watered down, a bunch of other stuff added into it.
It's that old saying, it gets the juices flowing.
Yes, it does. It does. All right, man. What are we gonna make? My mango. Nah.
Nah, I'm not a mango fan. Like,
WS23 cooling agent at 30% is adding a 0.25. I mean, WS23, a 30% solution. 1 drop is like ice cold for me. No, thank you.
No.
Then you got the TFA Marshmallow, 0.75, Super Sweet Capella, 0.5, Sweet Mango, 7%, and Sweet Tangerine Capella, 1%. I didn't know I had Sweet Tangerine from Capella. I thought I only had flavors tangerine.
But you know which one's the better one, though, don't you?
This nectarine doesn't have very much of a nectarine flavor. Seriously? Vanilla custard, 6.5. New York cheesecake, 2.5.
Nah, that's bad. Bad. That's no good. That is no good.
Miyagi's raspberry custard. I believe I've made that one before. Takes a while to steep that, but it does taste good.
You have, because there it is there, matey. It's there. You see?
We'll put that aside for later. When you plow through the Hunky Hawaiian Punch.
Oh, I don't know which one to plow through first. There's so many daily
we got another Rocky Toonie recipe.
Oh.
Jacked up straw melon.
So that's obviously strawberry and watermelon, isn't it?
It's jackfruit, though. Jackfruit is like, there's no basis of comparison. There's no fruit that I've eaten that, you know, can relate to that. I made a couple jacked up recipes where they use jackfruit in addition to like grape and stuff. And it just adds a funk to it, a fruity funk that is just different. Must be a South America thing. I don't even know where jackfruit comes and grows at. Or is it an African thing? And I can't describe it. I have no basis of comparison for it. Let's look at the recipe reviews. A weird but good tropical flavor. A bit like pineapple, a bit like mango or papaya or peach or nectarine. Hard to describe. Has a bit of funk to it. No earthiness, but an ethereal alcohol kind of funk. Like an overripe fruit without sweetness, which may or may not fade with steeping depending on the recipe and the percentage you put it in at. It's just weird. It's
yeah. It's an odd one.
Yeah. Minty Mods did a most thorough wrap up and summary of it. Here we have jackfruit, 15%. Wow, TFA nailed it on the head with this one. So this person's obviously eaten real jackfruit and can compare it. Yeah. Unfortunately, the description on their website is a bit misleading. This is the best representation of jackfruit I have ever tried. Only other flavor was Flavor West, though. Never seen another jackfruit. For those that don't know, here are the more details about jackfruit. This is not the juicy gum flavor that TFA hints on their website. However, it's a true representation of a tropical jackfruit. It's a very smooth blend, predominantly pineapple and mango, with a noticeable banana, but has a nice background hint of Fuji-style apple. Not overly sweet, but sour, bitter, or tart either. Just the right combination of sweetness and true taste. Some citric or malic acid would help this pop a bit more and likely add a sour note that some might prefer to this flavor by itself. And then we have Pam Spraggins puts on, jackfruit trees are native to southwest India and can produce 100 to 200 jackfruits a year. Grow well in the tropical climates in the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and Bangladesh.
That would make sense.
Pam Spraggins is our new fact checker. I love it. Sean Lynch wants to know what you're vaping on.
I kind of like went through it a bit before. You know, I'm like I say, I'm on the Valhalla Mini, on the SX Mini 2. I've just dropped some of the the muffin in that boy, and that is just awesome. I've got the original Arbiter with the blackcurrant soda in there. Been very nice. And I've still got this guy, and this guy's still got some of the muffins in because I've been trying it in different tanks, and it's good in this, but in this, the clouds of Valhalla strike again.
I can't believe this is something that I haven't tried out yet.
You're curious, aren't you? Why don't you just do it out of curiosity? You like it, you don't, you don't. Like a small bottle of it.
He mixed it up on an Advocate for Liberty show. Another random mixing show, season 2, episode 15. Underused or forgotten flavors. What got him to do this? So let's give it a whirl.
Why not? It's curiosity more than anything, isn't it?
Yeah. How big are the flavor additions if I just make a little 10 mils of it? Let's do that. Straight up the way it is, just 10 mils.
Why not?
Okay.
Holy mother of God, Jesus Christ. You've spoiled me, you like.
I'm glad you enjoy it, mate.
I just don't know which one to take to work next week, that's all. I would say my 2 favourites that you've sent are the cherry bagel and that muffins. Them's me 2. Them's me 2 that's like, wow.
Awesome. And obviously looking at the box, since we didn't do the rest of it, they give you spare O-rings, grub screws. You've got a regular Allen screw for your coils, and you got a straight glass, spare straight glass. But that's, I was impressed by the fact that the coils actually came in the device ready to go.
No, I think that's
I'm gonna have to get a different drawer to organize these things, because these bottles have a little bag of tips, and they have a bag of caps. Such a pain to actually have to open that up just to get a little. It'd be nice to have a little box like I have for my cotton to keep the tips in and to keep the caps in.
Well, you're going to have to take a leaf out of his Billy Lee Rice's book and get yourself some little drawers.
I actually have some.
But yeah,
for doing all my electronics work. I need to get rid of all that extra stuff because I'm not doing that kind of work anymore. Plus, I don't think you guys want to hear me sitting here.
It didn't sound good there.
We go moving the microphone, switching to our overhead view, zoom back out. Lovely. All right. Start off with our jackfruit. 0.21.
Eat, sleep, YouTube, repeat. Really? You're a YouTuber, eh?
And that's my goal for this year. Come on.
I don't know. I'm still on the fence for what the year brings me. I'm still on the fence.
I hate to say it can't get any worse, but I don't want to tempt fate. TFA strawberry, we need 0.4 of this.
Yeah, it's not just that, just the same old rat race, you know. You eat, sleep, work, come home, fuck all, you know. Just demoralizing.
I definitely have grown my love for editing.
I need to do more of that. You know, I need to invest a bit more time. For me, it's a time issue. It's just like, you know, when I think, when I record that review for the hog and the day, there's absolutely fuck all in it. There's nothing. It's just a basic here, blah, 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 blah. It's, to be honest, I think it's very boring. I need to up my game.
That guava is so punchy and strong.
Do us a favour while you're there. Knuckle test that jackfruit. See what you think. What do you think it's gonna? What's it gonna taste like? What?
Let me wash off the guava first.
Yeah. Just so you get a taste of that flavour on its own.
It's kind of a pineapple, papaya.
Basically, much like what everybody else has said.
Melon? I don't know. If I added enough sweetness, could I single flavor vape this? Yes.
Really?
It's a pleasant fruit, but it's not like anything you could compare it to because I've never eaten a jackfruit. It's a really good flavor. All right, tear that out. Now comes for the main ingredient, which I know that you do not like. Can you guess what it is?
Mango,
what do you abhor?
Watermelon. Oh, but it was one of the two. Mango, watermelon. I didn't.
This is a very accurate watermelon too. 0.52.
I just can't get away with it. It's just a fucking ball of water. In my eyes. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I love the sweetness from a watermelon. I could sit there and drink watermelon juice. Matter of fact, my wife for the longest time used to buy, you can buy like pure lemonade, which is just pure lemon water basically. And you can get like pure cranberry. Well, they used to sell a pure watermelon juice at the local grocery store. It was like $5 for half a gallon, but it was legit just watermelon juice.
I can't get away with it. I just can't get away with it.
And because of the flavoring, it is not something that knuckle test can reveal it. It needs to be diluted down for you to get the watermelon. When you knuckle test it, it gives you the taste of like the watermelon seed. If you bit into a watermelon seed in its concentrated form. But in here, I mean, whew.
There's so many different types. You can get red, you can get like a clear, like a yellow one, and then is it yellow? Something like that. Oh.
Come on.
I'll tell you what I used to like, or not a lot of people used to like. Did you ever have pomegranates?
I love pomegranate. Oh, yeah. I buy actually pomegranate juice. It's like, you get a little tiny bottle like this. It's like $4 for a little one.
I used to love pomegranate.
I love pomegranate juice.
I used to like the fact when you used to cut and half, you used to just pick the little bits out. Oh man, it was awesome.
You could never really cut it in half because you would cut through half of the seeds. You literally have to like peel it open and then break open the little caverns and pluck out the seeds. And I love pomegranate.
Look at that. I guess like Winkles at the beach. Maybe I used to like Winkles. But Winkles were awesome.
0.62. Definitely feel like a lab making it in this small of a quantity.
It does now.
Like a chemist.
Wow. You got your syringes out, you know what I mean? It's the syringe guy again.
Good enough. All right. Pagey. $1.09.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Close enough to that. Oh.
8.83.
We're talking precision here, like, aren't we? Look at that, man. See the concentration on his face, look at that. Mega concentration, look at that. He's zoned into that one. The size of that bottle, the size of that nib, he was well zoned into hitting the fucking hole with that, like.
That's perfect. Making it 10 mils in this bottle gives, look how much room I got in there to shake it. Matter of fact,
You think it'll be a steamer, like, or?
it's actually really good for my mixer that my wife got me 2 years ago. Hard to believe it's been 2 years already. All right, while we have this here, I love coffee.
I've noticed that.
But the only thing I love more than that, good, sir.
Anyway, you haven't tried this coffee beverage yet.
See the coffee beans in there?
You've looked at it all night and you just haven't tried it yet.
And the sugar for the last 2 days has been accumulating still in the bottom. Gotta give them a good shake every once in a while. And as time has gone on, it's gotten more and more absorbed in there. This thing says to make sure that you let it steep for at least 48 hours to fully infuse that flavor.
Wow. With vodka. Steep for 48 hours with vodka. Yes. I like that.
Oh, that is so heavenly. All right, let's give it a shot.
You are a massive coffee fan, like, aren't you?
Yes.
I like the fact they give you a little strainer, like, that's so cool. Oh, it's a sample try, is it? You're doing a sample test.
That's straight up vodka there, mate. Infused with the coffee and the sugar.
Oh yeah, it's looks like rocket fuel without a doubt. I'm not going to deny that. Like,
you can definitely get the vodka, the alcohol from the vodka, you know, coming off of this. But there's also that hints of coffee. It's time to try it.
I thought the coffee would have been strong because it looks very, very strong coffee.
Wow. Have you ever eaten a roasted coffee bean? Or did they ever give you like chocolate covered coffee beans roasted?
Never had that.
Like around here, the fancy coffee shops, when you order your coffee or your latte or whatever, they will give you a chocolate covered coffee bean on the lid for you to eat.
Really? I've never come across that, like, never. No shit. So is it as good as you thought it would be?
It's not cold. I need it shaken, not stirred.
Ah, bit of James Bond, eh? Ah, see. That's where you're going. Hi, Dayton Dick. Welcome.
My condolences on the passing of your mother.
Yeah, so sorry to hear about that, bud.
I heard him say it last week, but I didn't actually stop for a moment to
Yeah.
relay my condolences. So you get this coffee, it's an infusion of coffee flavor. Like you have this roasted coffee bean and you bite that thing and then the chocolate melts first in your mouth and coats your mouth with the cocoa butter and the oils of that. And then you actually bite into it and you get your traditional, like the smell that you have when you open up a bag of coffee beans and you go, smell that fresh roasted flavor. That whole experience is distilled into the single flavor that coats your palate when you take a sip of this. Now this is obviously warm because it's just been sitting out steeping. This is going in the fridge as soon as the show's over. So I think my wife's going to really enjoy this too. So you get this immense flavor explosion coating your mouth and your tongue and your palate. And then you get the slow evaporation of this coffee aroma. And then all of a sudden the vodka sting starts to kick in on your tongue and titillalize it.
I think, ooh, that's the body. That's it. It's in.
What an experience. They nailed it. Is it as good as the coffee espresso I had when we were out and about? No, because that's a nitrogen extracted process they do right there fresh on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah.
For something that was bottled and you steep yourself, God knows how old these espresso beans are that it's in that bottle. I'm sure it wasn't vacuum sealed when my wife opened it. But oh, what a fantastic flavor.
Volume coffee.
And there's me. There's me, your standard bloke, drinking a martini through a mason jar. A jam jar, as you call it.
So, just out of curiosity, do you think if it steeped longer it would get better? Like a juice.
This? Yes. My wife was worried because she's like, it's not going to steep for the full 48 hours for your show. I'm like, that's okay. Go ahead and make it. I'll take a sip of it. We'll put it in the fridge, and then you can enjoy it with me the next day.
Well, hell, why not?
Listen, I wasn't happy with this when we first mixed it up because I'm like, okay, yeah, it's got some butterscotch. Yeah, it's custard. After this thing has been steeping now for 3 months, the full richness of that butterscotch is coming through. You and I are spoiled for choice, mate. I think all vapors are.
Definitely.
And you can rein it in and take full control of it and DIY your own liquids. There's some fantastic recipes that are out there, and there's some wonderful mixers out there that constantly come up with some amazing combinations. We're spoiled for choice.
Without a doubt. It's just a shame, like, what governments don't say it that way.
Well, they will eventually. I just hope that we don't have to wait as long as the cannabis people waited for their stuff to get legalized.
Then again, you know, like I say, cigarettes was smoking when that came out. It took. We in the UK told the US that smoking was bad for you, and they went down that same road. You know, they buried their head in the sand and ignored you. And it took them 10 years to realise that was bad. And then obviously everybody was fucking suing the shit out of the tobacco companies because there was no warnings on the packets. You know what I mean? Maybe vaping's going to save... You think vaping might follow the same track, but it's a total different ball game this time because there's a lot of money involved in it.
There's a lot of money to be lost by governments and by tobacco, and
yeah, it's a lot of money involved.
Listen, I've been an advocate for a long time, and I've been trying to preach the good word about this, but I know for a fact that Big Tobacco is going to hold off as long as possible to eliminate all the competitors on the market, or at least 99.999% of them, so they're the only ones left. And then you watch the flood of scientific studies showing this is 98% safer than a cigarette.
Oh, it's a matter of time. The tobacco companies want to take control of vape, and it's as simple as that. It's the biggest competitor, isn't it? So they've got to take control of it. But I mean, seeing here, you know, like the UK, and they want to eradicate smoking by 2030, blah, blah, blah. That's not going to, I can't see how it's going to work. I really can't see how it's going to work.
You're always going to have diehard smokers that are never going to give up until they die. They will die with a cigarette in their mouth.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, it's going to be black market eventually, isn't it? If we're going to ban it by 20, blah, blah, all smoking will be black market. And it'll become to a point where if you're caught, you'll probably get arrested.
I don't think they're ever going to arrest people for smoking. Although I am seeing it to the point now where, you know, you could get arrested for vaping.
Exactly. So it depends by that time coming, whatever, 20, if they're actually going to ban smoke. If they ban smoking, then they'll have laws where they can arrest you for it, but we'll never ban it. You don't realise our government, even though they're saying, oh, smoking's bad for you, the fucking revenue they're making off fucking smokers is phenomenal because the tax you're paying on cigarettes is very high. So if they ban smoking or smoking, where they're going to recuperate them taxes?
Two years ago, I was so impressed with New Zealand because they realized that tobacco tax revenue was taking a nosedive because they adopted tobacco harm reduction. They adopted vaping. They put a website out there. They're trying to get people to switch over to it. And it works. And people are quitting smoking. But they're losing their coffers. New Zealand was smart enough to go, listen, we're going to have to break this freaking addiction to tobacco taxes at some point. So let's start now. Let's not drag it and kick the can down the road for somebody else to deal with later on. Let's accept the fact that the tobacco taxes are dropping. Let's be happy about that. Let's not tax vaping any more than it already is, because it's more important for our health coverage, for our populations, for our citizens. We'll save more there than we're going to get in tobacco taxes.
I mean, I can see where they're going. Like, you know, if obviously there's less smokers, the less cost is going to be the NHS, which might help balance the books a bit, but I still think we've got to reclaim them taxes from somewhere for the amount of money they're making. Whether it be vape products, whether it be something totally fucking different, whether they put, you know, more tax on food, more tax on fuel, they're going to want that tax back. It just
you know where they're going to collect it from? Honestly, it's going to be dollar for dollar swap up cannabis. Yeah. Cannabis is going to be legalized for recreational purposes all around the globe, and they're going to get all their tax revenue that they lost from tobacco. They're going to get it from cannabis.
I can't see that happening in the UK in the near future. I really can't, because they are really stiff upper lip. And nope, they're still down that rabbit hole where cannabis leads onto this drug or leads onto heavier drugs. And I mean, we've only just recently adopted for medical purposes, and even then they offer it as a very last resort. They don't just dish it out willy-nilly, so they're still very, very, like, you know, iffy about cannabis.
Yeah, well, good thing about science is it's going to reveal the obvious to people eventually. Places here in the States that have legalized it for recreational purposes have seen crime rates drop, have seen people addicted to like fentanyl and heroin and all this other stuff, this heavy stuff. Those rates are dropping. Because as long as people are content with the cannabis and the cannabis medicinal benefits for pain analgesia management and stuff like that, I mean, if they're using it for cancer patients to increase their appetite, decrease their pain, it's doing the same thing for the illicit drug market as well.
I am not anti-cannabis at all. You know,
I know you're not. I know you're not.
I'm not that at all. But I still think we've got a long way to go before they legalise it in the UK. A long, long way to go.
It'll eventually happen. Whether it's going to be in our lifetime or not in the UK, I don't know. Yeah, I know it's sweeping across the country here. And I see politicians jumping on the bandwagon once they see a couple other states do it for a little while and see what the positive effects are. Make sure that there's no massive negative effects of it. And they're going to do it because it's the easy solution to replace cigarette smoking taxes.
Plus the profit margins, if the corporations run it, the profit margins are huge because it costs fuck all to grow cannabis. You know what I mean? Ooh,
despite the watermelon being in there at 5%, now, watermelon's been one that I've had to wait for a day or two to get the full flavor out of it. When I single flavor tested that, it didn't give me much flavor either initially. I could recognize it as a watermelon, but it wasn't a juicy watermelon or leftover watermelon after taste on your tongue either. But as a shake and vape, this is a very interesting fruit combination. The jackfruit is definitely recognizable in there. I'm not getting into the strawberry. And the initial vape on it is like, it's not sour, but it's like leaning towards the sour fruits. Like an underripe nectarine or... That jackfruit is definitely in there.
Yeah. Whatever that may be. Because there's that many people give it different flavor profiles, it's kind of hard to determine what it actually is.
I'm trying to recognize the guava in there. I expect the strawberry to be a subtle flavor that I'll get later on, after everything settles. But the guava and the jackfruit are in there equally, and I taste more of the jackfruit than I do guava. If I was mixing this for myself, I'd want to get some watermelon. Not watermelon, some melon. Like,
Melon. Go from bad to worse.
Flavora wild melon. Because Wayne has that watermelon, and the melon pairs with this so well. It's a good juice, but it's kind of plain. What's it going to be like tomorrow and, the day after that? I'm not really sure of.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact, if this thing doesn't give some flavor separation, I could put some wild melon in there, Flavora wild melon, even at 1%, and that would broaden that whole palate, because you would get a contrasting flavor between the jackfruit and the sweetness of the melon, and then you would get the guava as a little sour kick to it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't add any more sweetener to it.
No.
Because I'm looking for fruits, I'm not looking for candy. It's easy to turn anything into candy. Just jack up the sweetener to 3% and anything can be candy.
That's a candy.
Any single fruit flavor plus 3% super sweet, you've got whatever that fruit is plus candy. Throw it in a bottle, sell it. Done. Wow. It's really good though. There's so many recipes that I've made, and You told me a long time ago that as long as it says what's on the tin, you're happy with it. But I'm under the impression, and have held for a long time, that it's unlikely to become somebody's all-day vape unless there's some curiosity, mystery flavor in there that they can't identify.
Yes. Definitely.
I bought that one juice that Phil makes. Watermelon peach. Right? It's not just watermelon peach. There's something else in there. I don't know what the hell it is. You get watermelon, you get peach, and there's something else in there you can't identify that doesn't clash with it, but adds something special to it. Gives it a synergistic blend.
That's kind of where I'm at with your Hawaiian punch, because my palate isn't the same as yours, with obviously reason. I get that pineapple hit, but there is a few aftertastes where I'm thinking, what is that? You know what it is, obviously, but I'm sitting thinking, what is that? But at the end of the day, I don't care what it is because it tastes so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't like. I'm not there to dissect it. I could easily look at your recipe and say, oh, that, but I don't want to. I like that.
Even if you look at the recipe, you can't identify all the flavors in there.
Yeah.
You can't tell the apple in there. You can't tell a lot of the different flavors. I get the pineapple forefront. I get the orange, and it is a nice, bright, juicy, sweet orange that's in it. But the rest of it is just a beautiful blend that doesn't let you identify each of the individual flavors.
I'm totally different. I get the pineapple, but I get apple. I don't get orange, I get apple. That adds this bit, I don't know, the sourness of a kick to it. I get that first. I get the pineapple. Originally, it's just a hit of pineapple. It's fantastic. It's not that horrible, shitty pineapple. You get a nice, proper fruit pineapple. And then I get that apple straight away on the exhale. It's like, wow, But then again, then everything else comes through and you're like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, because as your tongue is salivating, as your mouth is salivating, and it's slowly washing those flavors off your tongue, they're dissolving at different rates, and it's like, what the fuck is that? It just tastes good. I love it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take very long before you finally go, I don't care what's in it. It just tastes great.
That's where I'm at, mate. It tastes fab, and that's it. I'll remember it. I absolutely love it.
If you and I were able to rewind the clock and add 5 years earlier, jump on the vaping bandwagon, you and I would be sitting where Phil and Dimitri is now.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Because we would have easily jumped on the bandwagon and started selling this stuff. You could have sold it in the UK. I would have sold it here in the States. We would have found somebody in Australia to distribute it. Bang.
Easy peasy. No problem. Like I say, especially that cherry bakewell. I've never come across anything like that. That's the closest. That I'll tell you, absolutely, for that is absolutely amazing. And the thing is,
it's awesome.
You've done that of watching a fucking television program. You know what I mean? It's not a recipe you improved. It's not a recipe you looked at. You done it off your own bat, based on a TV fucking program in the fucking UK, incidentally. You know what I mean? That could be a good idea. You should fucking pop your local fucking, I don't know, biscuit factory and say you can have a tour. You know what I mean? I'll make a juice out of it.
I'm telling you, I love that because they legit gave me the full flavor profiles, layer for layer for layer. And I'm like, that works well with that. That works well with that. Nothing's going to clash. Everything should come together. Now, are these flavorings going to let that be representative of what it tastes like when you eat it as food?
Definitely. I see. I have missed the ice, but I'm not gonna pick straws of that. That's just amazing as it is. It's awesome, absolutely awesome. I could vape it all day, no problem, easy.
Same here, but I wouldn't be able to do it for weeks on weeks.
I would easy. I would. It's like the cherry bagels were my favourite cakes. You know, I just love them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sometimes when I'm working, you know, like somebody you can say, I'm going to buy a bacon sandwich or something for breakfast. I'll go and buy a box of cakes. Now 10 times be cherry bagels.
My downfall are the powdered donuts. They sell them in a Hostess bag. You can buy a bag of them, and they're just little tiny donuts that are just basically a donut cake covered in powdered sugar. We go camping. That's my breakfast.
Oh.
That with a nice coffee. That's it.
I remember we used to go to car boot sales years ago, and used to have a mobile donut van. Used to make the donuts fresh, and they were like them. They were little mini ones, coated in sugar, and they were still warm. Oh, out this world, man! Loved it.
All right, I need a proper label on this.
Hey, what it is, right? As much as I like this is a comparison, right? You know what that Prosciutto V3 flavor's like. It's good, yeah. Try doubling it for that. That is that good, really.
And what is that one?
That's the Valhalla Mini.
So it's worth the 60 quid it would cost me to get it.
Without a doubt. It'll blow your mind.
I'll put that on the list for this year.
I would get that and use that as your flavor tester. That would be your best flavor testing RT ever.
For me, the Bushido V3 took that role. You know, I do for our mixing things here, I do the drop 1.5 because it's not the greatest in the world. So the flavor's got to be really potent for you to be able to taste it on this. I use the Bushido V3 for finessing recipes after the fact.
Oh,
because it gives you nuances that this doesn't give you.
That for me, it's technically bottom airflow, man, and that for me always wins. It just wins.
Is this label software going to work?
Not a gremlin, please, not a gremlin. We've had such a good run.
I don't have the right tape in there for that. So we'll do this one. Open.
Yeah, but you folks in chat, thanks Alex, my machine has been upgraded. I'm now on a Ryzen 7, no, 5, 7, 7, yeah, Ryzen
7 3700 and an RTX 2060. And thank the people in chat for paying for the difference in shipping.
Yes, thank you very much to you guys. It's running okay. It had a few problems at the beginning. I don't know. The BIOS decided to say, fuck you, we don't have it. We're up there.
Yes, because Windows requires everything be virtualized, and you have to enable in your BIOS TPM control.
Yeah.
And that wasn't enabled, but this chip has the capacity to enable your board for it to work. So it worked the first time he fired it up, but Windows said, hey man, I got this new chip in here. Let me install the software. And then, oh, now you can make TPN work. Now we can give you the enhanced security. Now we're going to mandate you to update it. And in order for it to be updated, you have to match your memory speed to your processor because everything's virtualized on the board. And it won't work if they're not matched. So he had to have somebody go in there and change his BIOS settings.
I was very odd though. You had to like actually slow the RAM down for it to work. It's totally weird, that one. I thought it'd be the opposite. Never mind.
Like I said, it's a matter of the core speed needs to be a multiple of the processor.
Yeah. Because that's what I was thinking of doing this year was upgrade me RAM from 32 to 64. But the guy who done me computer says, yeah, 32 should be more than enough for what you want. You know what I mean?
No. He doesn't know anything about DaVinci Resolve then. Because if you're going to do any kind of fusion effects, that needs to be cached. DaVinci also, the latest update, also put out there a bunch of AI tools that will gobble up your memory, but only what you have. So you've got some processing capabilities in your computer that won't be realized because you don't have the right speed and the right amount of memory.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, when I ordered it, the 32 gigabit matched chip was $100 here in the States.
Yeah.
Might be 120 now because of the increased taxes in China and inflation or whatever. So for basically 200 quid, you should be able to upgrade to 64 gigabytes of memory. And you can take advantage of the faster speed that matches the 3700 chip. It's a higher multiplier. I forget which one it is. I'll send you it.
Definitely going to upgrade the RAM. That's my final thing.
But that's all based on your motherboard too, because your motherboard has limited chips that it can work with, regardless of what processor you're using.
I think it can max out at 64, and that's its max. Anything more will not take.
Yeah, and after the show, I'll get together with you and I'll show you a couple other things you can install on there to take advantage of the RTX features and OBS. You have to basically install the developer tools for RTX. Yeah. And then you'll get virtual green screen. It'll automatically happen on your video card, not CPU based.
Wow.
And there's audio effects that also are RTX based.
Yeah, I mean, my motherboard's just an MSI. It's no flash. It's just a basic MSI motherboard. You know, it's nothing brilliant.
Doesn't need to be.
No.
It's amazing what they're coming up with nowadays, and the new versions they're coming out. They're talking about the 5000 series chips. They have the 40 series chips out now, and it's actually taking advantage of AI during video processing. Yeah. It's phenomenal. DLSS, I think, is the technology that they're calling it.
I think that's where we're heading at AI. You know, that's where we're heading. They're going to have systems that will accommodate AI. I think that's the way we're going. You know, that's the kind of the future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because now they don't have to give you every single pixel in a 4K video file. They can legit give you every fourth pixel, and the AI on the chip will create the pixels that are missing in between.
Yeah, fill them in.
And it can do that faster than if it actually sent every single pixel.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's phenomenal, man. Sometimes I just think, you know, technology's just moving too fast for us, to be honest with you. But
technology could move faster if they weren't limited by making sure that everything was profitable before they come out with the next version.
Oh, no doubt. But, I mean, you know, it's still come on leaps and bounds. I mean, it must have been our generation. I mean, look at the first mobile phone. It looked like a fucking brick. It looked like one of them fucking walkie-talkies just using fucking in Vietnam wars and shit. You know, it was a big fuck-off thing with a fucking antenna up there. You know what I mean? Look at them now. They're a computer in your hand. In the space.
The first mobile phones that we had in the ambulances were in a bag.
Yeah.
Because the actual transmitter unit for the cell phone was legit this big and this thick. And you had to route an external antenna into it and connect that cable. Then you had the power line coming in to connect to it. And then it was an old handset like we used to have on our rotary dial phones.
That's right, yeah.
And then you had the buttons on the handset.
Yeah. That was what? Less than 20 years ago, if that?
Yep. And now your cell phones are so fancy that it's taken over Facebook because of Monopoly Go. Hey man, do you have this sticker? I need this sticker to complete the set. That's all that's filling up half of my Facebook feed. People searching for stickers to complete a collection on Monopoly Go.
It's pretty popular, that game. They're advertising the fuck out of it over here, Monopoly Go.
My wife got me started on that 2 months ago. I'm at a level 125 now, 126 or something. She's 100 levels ahead of me.
You know what pissed me off, right? Is when Candy Crush came out. I was writing the Candy Crush and I thought, fuck this, nah. It's too much, man. Yeah, it was just a never.
I liked Candy Crush at the beginning, but then later on it just became so impossible. 4 layers of jellies. What? And it isn't a miracle how if you don't play the game for 5 days, you get on there, all of a sudden you smashed an entire screen of 4-layer jellies with 2 swipes.
Yeah.
And then once you play that and you go to the next level, you use up all your chances and didn't even clear half of the jellies. Come on, it's rigged.
Of course it is. It's to keep you playing, isn't it? Like all games. You never ever beat them. You never beat them. It's to keep you playing.
It's not meant to be beaten. It's meant to addict you. I watched Diary of a CEO did an actual talk with somebody, and they talked about the psychology of addiction and how you can find those same characteristics in the games that are out nowadays on your cell phones and the games that you play on your computer, and they are using the same tactics in YouTube videos to go viral.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're not actually trying to put out a video that is for the one intended purpose of trying to convey information to somebody that doesn't know what you know, you'll never go viral. But if you wanted to go viral and happen to want to use this as the topic to get you there, it's easily done. But here's 20 things you got to do in your video that you would never do if you were just doing a tutorial. It's about attention span and reward and benefit and the impression like there's always going to be a little bit more, a little bit better reward. If you just stick around another 5 seconds, here's another thing for you to go. And then you're like, well, what about this? And then you give them that. And then in the act of giving them that, you set up the next thing.
Well, that's why TikTok took off, you know, it's just short, quick, fast videos, boom, 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 in your face, and that's all you need.
Yep, because if it doesn't fancy you, you've only given them 5 seconds of your time. And the next one's bound to be better.
That's why all these, like, the social medias, including YouTube, jumped on the shorts video thing, you know what I mean? Because the new TikTok would fucking wipe them out.
Yeah.
Easy.
My wife legit spends at least an hour, hour and a half on TikTok every single day. Useless videos, not conveying anything, but are just entertainment.
I've never used
That's
it.
funny.
Never
That's
looked
cute.
at it.
That's neat.
No.
That's adorable.
I've never bothered with it.
It's an emotional roller coaster ride.
Yeah, I've never bothered.
Cut down into 5-second attention spans.
Yeah, I've never bothered with it. Don't have an account, nothing. Never bothered with it.
Yeah. Dusty Country Road says that he finally dropped a new set of alien coils in his Arbiter 2. The ones that came with it was 1.5 years old, and the flavor is back to what it was when he first got it.
Wow.
It's so easy to let that coils just sit in there and sit in there and sit in there, and you don't realize the minute loss every time you put new cotton in it. And then the one time you go, I'm going to bite the bullet and give him a new set of coils. And then you go, what a massive difference in flavor. Steve Lane was asking, is that the Arbiter you're vaping on over there?
It is. Sorry, it is. Courtesy of the man himself there.
I've got mine set up here.
See, because
and that one is rocking this lovely sweet apple sugar baby. That's watermelon and raspberry and apple and just delicious fruit flavor. Oh.
Me and I were kind of debating which one was the better one, right? With the Arbiter 2 or the Arbiter 1. Alex obviously in the Arbiter 1 then. Now it's like right on the Arbiter 2 because I never had an Arbiter 1. So I couldn't compare. And I thought the Arbiter 2 was good. But then this came and I'm kind of sitting where he is now.
Just a little bit.
just because of the airflow. The airflow, it is still restrictive in a sense, but not as restrictive as the Arbiter 2.
Yep. In the Arbiter 2, they limit you to a specific amount of airflow, and it doesn't matter whether you suck hard or whether you slowly breathe through it, you get the same exact amount of airflow. With the Arbiter 2, if you want to draw slowly on it, you get a completely different airflow experience than if you like really draw tight on it. But the flavor is amazing, regardless of how you breathe through it.
The difference is the honeycomb. You know, they put the honeycomb in that, which kind of restricts or smooths out a bit more. But yeah, it depends how you vape. You know, I mean, I've got that Arbiter wide open, and it's just right. It's just right how I vape. It's just got the right amount of airflow. Not too.
The airflow in the Arbiter 2 is so designed to be specific that it will change the way that you breathe in to maximize the airflow. Whereas the Arbiter 1 lets you breathe however you want and will give you the best experience for the amount of airflow coming through it.
I personally think with the Arbiter 2, with being more restrictive, you're kind of drawn on it longer because you want to get more in.
Yep.
While the Arbiter 1, you don't have to do that. You just normal breathing. Or
however you vape and breathe in normally, it will let you do that.
It accommodates for that.
Yeah.
But I get both sides. I do get it. You know, the Arbiter 2, I do get it. What they're doing. You know, the kind of accommodate for different types of vapor, and both of them do work. I'm not the one or the other. They both work. I still do enjoy the Arbiter 2. I'm not
but now you see why I was so flabbergasted by the Blaze Solo, because the Blaze Solo takes the same capabilities of the Arbiter 2 by restricting the amount of airflow using these slots on the top. So it's already channeling the amount that you can go and limiting it down. Like the original Blaze has just a big slot across the top. So it's letting you have whatever you can pull through it. This one puts another layer of restriction on it, and it actually benefits it. It's wild.
It's definitely there, like definitely there.
I want to know what's going to come out this year that could beat it. We're already so good with all of them. Is it even possible to get something better?
This is it. What is the next step? Where do you go from here? Because obviously it was earlier it was the wattage wars. You know, you can get more wattage out of them, and then you know, your deck wars, design the decks and all that. Now, then you have currently you've got the airflow wars. Now it's down to airflow, and the decks have nailed it. You know, the wattage is nailed. What next? What next?
I don't know if anybody can do any better than what they've already got.
It's difficult to find, isn't it? Difficult. Plus, with the current climate, you know, with all the restrictions that's going on in the vaping world, you know, other companies, manufacturers will invest in a new design, or they're just going to go with the flow for a while. You don't know, do you?
You know who's lacking in this right now that needs to come out with the latest version? Chillin 4 is the next one slated to be released. Are they finally going to get all their ducks in a row to match Thunderhead Creations with their Blaze and Oxfa with their Arbiter and Arbiter 2? Can they finally get it right with the Chillin 4? They got better with the 3 in some aspects, but they ruined like the top cap on the, I don't like that on the Chillin 3. It was better on the 2. But the 2 had way too much airflow.
Couldn't that was the only great with that. It was a quarter turn to get the deck out, but it was still a threaded top cap. Like, hang on a minute.
You moved forward here, but backwards there.
Yeah. It's a waiting game, innit? I think once all the laws come in with the pods and the disposables, and people see where we are with disposables, I think the likes of like this stuff will boom again with your pod kits. I think these will, if we get rid of disposables, those are going to go like
wildfire.
Yeah, the pod kits.
Which is good because little channels like yours and mine might actually get sent those because it only costs the company, 10 quid to send it to us. Whereas, something like this, they're out $50 if they send this to us.
Oh, no doubt.
So nobody cuts a hold of us small channels for these kind of things.
I mean, to be honest with you, right, I'm finding reviewing harder and harder to do because I'm just losing interest in it, to be honest with you. I mean, I've done that hog the day and I just found it so hard to do it. I just thought, I'm not interested in this really. You know, my interest is lacking in reviewing at the minute. I just can't be chewed on with all the work you put in for a little reward to get the end of it, you know, and I'm thinking, why are you doing this?
Steve Lane brings up a good point. He thinks that they do some of these things on purpose so that they have something to fix for the next time.
Without a doubt, definitely. I totally agree.
Designed
with that.
obsolescence has become a mandatory thing for all things nowadays.
Yeah.
Look at your vehicles. They could easily make a vehicle like... I'm having a brain fart here. The stainless steel car, DeLorean. John DeLorean put out the car that would never, ever go bad. Brakes go bad, you put new brakes on it. Engine goes bad, you drop a new engine in it. The body and the rest of the stuff last forever.
Yeah.
They could make a vehicle that lasts you your entire lifetime. But it's not in their interest to do that because there's too much competition and it would cost too much initially. Like a printer. We talked about the printer. You know, you can go out and buy a $60 freaking printer and then spend $30 every time the ink runs out after 300 pages. Or you can spend $600 and get a laser printer, a color laser printer that lasts you 8,000 pages. And then it's cheap as chips for you to put new toner in.
Yeah. It's a bit of false economy, you know, when you think about it. It's just a bit of false economy. But I do think, like you said, the guys hit the nail on the head there. They're going to they're not going to make the perfect thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have reviewers reviewing them. You know what I mean? Reviewers are there to find faults, whatever, with them. And then they can take that information and then work on the next one. They know that. You know, they're not going to make the perfect item. It doesn't matter what it could be, a vape device, could be a fucking computer, could be anything. They know they're not going to make the perfect item. That's why they send this shit out to reviewers. You know what I mean?
Arbiter One definitely got it right when they created their name. They were the arbiter that against everything else was going to become judged as. It has literally gotten that good.
No. Definitely no.
Mallory Gates, definitely. The 70s refrigerator lasted damn near long as her mother. Still running strong. Meanwhile, she's bought 5 fridges since 2000. And they last 5 days after the warranty expires and then they need replaced.
They die, yeah. I always say they don't make them like they used to, innit? You know what I mean?
Dumbest idea we ever bought hook, line, and sinker was the bottom drawer freezer. Having your freezer on the bottom and it's a drawer that pulls out.
Yeah.
That's a load of crock. And if you don't have the door closed the whole way or something stops it from closing the whole way, guess what happens with that ice maker when it makes the next tray of ice? It spills water all over the bottom of the thing. And then because the freezer goes, hey man, the door's not open, it's not staying cold, let's keep the refrigerator running constantly. Then you get a layer of ice build up in the bottom of your thing. And then even if you push the door closed, it still won't close because the bottom drawer is rubbing on a layer of ice in the bottom of your freezer. It never happened on an overhead freezer with a door.
I mean, in the UK, we always had bottom freezers, but it wasn't a single, you know, it was a door. You had to move 4 drawers in, whatever. And again, you know, you had to defrost them every so often because of the ice buildup. Like I said, the ice just built up and you just had to defrost them. It was just run the mill. But yeah, they did last a long, long time, you know.
Mate, once a month, I need to pull the drawer open, take the 4 screws out, take the thing off, pull the drawers out so I can scrape the ice off. There's an inch of ice built up in the bottom of the freaking freezer.
We used to defrost ours Eat all the food out them, let them defrost overnight, clean it out, plug it back in, fill it up again. Now your modern fridge doesn't even need defrosting. Now your modern freezers. I mean, we've got what they call an American style freezer. Now we've got one door on the right for the fridge, one door on the left for the freezer. You know, there's not even a layer of ice in it. It's just clear frost. Not a layer of it, not a speck.
That's what we should have bought, not this design we got now.
No, it's been absolutely brilliant. It's, you know,
energy efficiency standards require that they put more insulation in it than their last version of fridge and freezer that we had. So you lost space inside. So to compensate for that, they put more shelves in. But now the things like a gallon of milk doesn't fit in there. So your tall bottles, you put a bottle of wine in the fridge, it sits up in the front corner, and the space behind it is all lost. It's a waste.
I mean, it's not the biggest of freezers, but you've got, you know, that room. You know, I mean, it comes over here. Well, maybe, you know, it's about 7 feet tall. You have got plenty of room in them, but it's all just shelved rather than a big storage unit. Brilliant, man.
Knock on wood, though. It's going to get a lot easier for us now because my daughter's going to go off to college, and it's just going to be my wife and I and the dogs. So it's not like we need to keep the freezer and fridge stuffed like we used to.
I've always said, though, if you always keep your freezer full, you'll always have something to eat.
That's why we have a freezer in the garage. That's where I keep my long-term Nick.
Yeah. As long as you've got something in the freezer, you've always got something to eat. You can freeze stuff, whatever. My wife's very picky with meat. You know, oh, it's been blah, blah, blah. It's been, you know, it's been in the fridge 3 months. That's fine. It's not going to hurt it. It's frozen. It's not going to hurt it. It's in a frozen state. It's not going to rot. It's not going to degenerate. It's frozen. It's not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
So long as that freezer's not constantly open and shut. That's why we have a separate freezer, just a freezer in the garage.
Yeah, big old chest freezer, and you just fill it up, whatever. Leave it alone. You gotta get on with it.
Exactly.
Definitely the way to go. That's why I go mad when the kids open the fridge door and they leave it open. They look at the fridge and they don't realise you're losing temperature. Shut the fucking fridge.
My daughter's horrible for that. She'll have the doors open and she'll be standing there looking at it going, we don't have anything I like. How come we never keep anything in here I like to eat? I got a snack. I got to go to work. I got to go to cheer practice. What am I going to make? I'm sorry, we don't live on chicken nuggets and cheap macaroni and cheese. Go to your mother's if that's all you want to eat.
Yeah.
You want chicken? You want meatloaf? What do you want? Pork chops? Take your pick. We have a variety of everything, and I try to get us to have at least a vegetable with every single meal. Not at our mom's.
And again, our children, as they're getting older, are being more picky. My boy, Jesus Christ, he lives on pasta and pizza. He just look, try some of this. No, don't like it. Get the fuck. Come on. Not of it. Terrible. Or shit diet. Absolute shit diet. Not entertaining, man.
That martini would be so much better if it was ice cold.
Or on the rocks type of thing. 2 ice cubes in, straight on the top.
That would be perfect.
I tell by the way you look at it.
Mate, we plowed through everything. We're only 4 hours in and we've got everything accomplished.
We're getting very streamlined. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What would you reckon?
I don't know. No fanning about. We covered everything that there is to cover. Tried a delectable juice out today. I really enjoyed that. I'm curious to see because I got a little bottle of it right here for the retro vape next week and the week after. I've got some older smock stuff, a little frenzy. It's a little mouth to lung thing, kind of like This one?
All right.
Still works. Still good flavor. I just hate that you have to tip it a certain way.
Yeah, because
the coil's all on one end. So when you're halfway down on juice, if you don't tip it this way to cover the coil, you're going to get a dry hit and toast your coil and then have to go get a new one.
Yeah, a bit of a flaw, but that's why sometimes you wonder why they didn't put it in the middle. You know what I mean?
But I think we're going to come to find out that the reason why they did that is because if you put it in the middle and it's half empty, it doesn't matter which way you tip it, it's still going to leave the top of your coil hole, your juice hole, open. So this was actually an improvement over previous versions of this design. I might have to put a retraction video up. Apologize to them.
I was wrong. I was wrong. I rest my case.
I was wrong. Let me compare this to the same similar design, similar model. This is an older version, and this is why this one sucks, and this was actually an improvement.
Exactly. That's so weird.
But we're basically, and the industry itself is basically gotten to the point now where to improve something, you kind of have to rein in something else. It's like with the Arbiter 1 and the Arbiter 2. You had to rein in the airflow, keep it more controlled if you wanted to actually improve the flavor potential.
Definitely. Quality gets in like the side by sides. I love them.
I always gave you the impression like, oh, there's so much limited space in here. When you had a big open full freezer, you could lay boxes on top of each other and stack it in there. And the fridges only had, 3 shelves for the entire height of it. And then the drawers on the bottom where you kept your veg were big, huge, deep drawers. You could put a gallon of milk on any shelf and it would fit just fine. Not the modern fridge.
I mean, I don't know what the kind of worms like, but theoretically, you shouldn't hide your vegetables in a fridge. You should put them in a rack. Just keep them in darkness. Shouldn't be refrigerated. What you do now, when you get supermarkets, to wrap everything in plastic. When you put them in the fridge, you get condensation. That water rots your vegetable.
Yeah.
Take them out of the bag, put them on a vegetable rack, and leave them. Dark area. Lasts much longer.
Yeah, but a lot of the foods that we're getting in the supermarket nowadays are all genetically altered. Because it allows them to pick them before they're ripe and shove them in a refrigerated thing, just like you said. They're in these big, massive crates, all open air, constant air circulation, low humidity. Matter of fact, they actually remove humidity that's released by these things as they sit there and age. And then when the supermarket order calls for a pallet of whatever this vegetable is, they put ethylene gas into that room to re-ripen them, to get them to that final ripen stage, and then throw it in a refrigerated truck to get it to the store. And that's why you wonder when you get it home, you're like, it lasted 3 days and it's already turning brown and getting nasty. Why? Because they sat on it for 6 months.
Fresh veg, bollocks.
Yeah. Nothing like coming out of your own garden.
Oh God, no! But even like the high street, now we used to have fresh veg. We still got them, but they're very limited now. Your fresh fruit and veg shops is where they did get fresh fruit and veg every day. Same with your butchers, your local butchers, fresh meat. Them places are very far and few with now. But when you buy stuff from there, you do know the difference. Big style.
I want to put a garden in this year for certain things. Like peas. You ever pull peas right off of the vine? You pop open the pod while it's still on the plant and you pull those peas out. You will never taste anything sweeter in your entire life.
We as kids used to buy brown bags of pea pods for 5p. We used to buy bags of pea pods. We used to munch on them all. We used to actually eat the pod as well.
I miss brown bags from stores because my mom used to go out and harvest all of our peas, and we'd come home one day and there would be 4 brown paper bags full of just peas. And she would sit there and have us sit there with her and shuck the peas and then throw them into a freezer.
They were just beautiful. When just straight off the top. Beautiful. They were nice and sweet as well. Lovely, man. Whatever happened to them days, man?
And there's nothing like corn right off of the husk. You pulled it off of the plant, maybe throw it on the grill.
Oh.
No butter or salt necessary. It is just the most delicious thing in the world.
I mean, my granddad used to have an allotment, what we call an allotment, and he used to grow loads of veggies, leeks, potatoes, carrots, and just sprouts, you know, and you could tell fresh with the allotment. No shops have had them and sprayed them with shit and everything. It's all natural, straight out of the ground. Difference was phenomenal. It was night and day, man. Absolute night and day. I would love to have a
I remember the
thing.
cherry tomatoes. My daughter used to stop every time she got off the bus. She would eat a half a dozen of these cherry tomatoes before she even came in the house.
Cherry tomatoes, I love them.
First time she did it, I'm like, what are you eating? Cherry tomatoes? I'm like, there weren't any ready yet. This morning I looked. She's like, oh no, there were 5 of them that were already red, so I ate them. Okay. Whatever. That's why we planted them, so you could enjoy them. So you could see the difference in right in your front yard having, you know, these cherry tomatoes than what it's like going and buying a basket of them in the store and bringing them home.
I think I see with the fast-paced world now, people don't seem to have time to grow food, or they don't seem to have time to cook fresh food. It's all processed shit. It's speed. It's easy. It's just easy to do. You know, I mean, when I was growing up, it was all fresh, you know. Everything was fresh.
Yeah, and it's actually really simple to do.
Yeah. It wasn't rocket science, you know.
Speaking of my daughter, guess who just happened to walk in?
Oh, your daughter. Hello, daughter.
She had to stop in and actually get, you know, something for her to go to work this evening. Uniform.
See? Your kids still need you for some things. Even when they're grown up.
Yeah.
Especially the bank of daddy. Jesus Christ. Mine. Holy moly.
See, that's what her mother does to her, so I don't do that to her. There is no bank of daddy. The bank of daddy is a bank of knowledge, and if you need something fixed on your car, I'll be happy to do whatever you need.
Yeah.
You want to learn how to change your oil? Instead of paying $60 for somebody else to do it, you can do it yourself for $20. Now she's like, oh, that's a whole tank of gas I'm saving. Planned obsolescence. I'm sorry that I couldn't find you a 12-hour long earbud.
It's just so close. It's so far.
4 hours is consistently what you get out of 4.5, almost 5. Not quite.
Yeah. It's about 4 hours I get with them. See, I'm not knocking. It's fucking good, that. I mean, that's constant. You know, I mean, you think, see, listen to the tunes for 5-10 minutes, and then, you know, it's still good.
Listen, I would love to have a second set of these. They don't sell them anymore. The only ones I can buy now are 5-hour long batteries. These ones are 12 hours.
Wow. I'm going to
Ideal.
get rid of that. Got to get rid of that now.
Well, folks, then we're going to wrap it up here. 4.5 hours into the vlog today. A little shorter than we've been doing, but hey, man, you get better at it. You get quicker. Cover the same amount of knowledge. And you got to listen to us banter on and on for at least an hour and a half of it.
Yeah, still good stint, man. Still good stint.
Hope you guys learned something. If you guys have any comments or feedback, please leave a comment below. Let us know about it. Try to accommodate, try to appease everybody as best we can. we're here to have fun and entertain you and inform you about different things, and we can all learn from the process. The joys of having a big family.
Without a doubt. Yeah, and all of you guys who do watch the replay, I know obviously not watch the live, but you guys who do watch the replay, give us a little thumbs up, whatever, which helps us all out, as always. And you guys that do watch the replay, where were you? we know life gets in the way of things, so we appreciate it. Checking it out. Absolutely love it. As always.
So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you guys all have a fantastic day, and we'll see you again next week.
And as always, boys and girls, you people in chat, God, honestly, I can't thank you guys enough. Really, your input, your chat, and all that stuff. It makes so much worthwhile. Me and Alex totally appreciate you coming in every week. Again, I hope you all had a fantastic new year, and I wish you all peace, love, and prosperous and profitable new year. Hope things are better for you as always this year. Yep, there's the money. He's doing his thing. He likes that now and then. But anyway, we hope to see you same time, same place next week. As always, remember, give us a thumbs up and a like. All that stuff helps us all out. And as always, I shall sound up by saying, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all same time, same place next week. Be there or be square. Bye-bye now.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
of a lullaby.